All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here at the recently announced open session meeting, which was listed as a closed session on the agenda last Friday, but we thought it could just as well be open session, and that's always more of a fuller public discussion. And so since we could go open, we decided to do that instead of have yet another closed session item, which we've had many on this subject. But tonight's going to be an open session. And so the city attorney has provided me the proper instructions to do this legally. So I'm going to call to order our regular meeting, not the close. Well, I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Marina City Council for Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. And Anita, could you please call the roll, please?
Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. Closed session items that were on the agenda as of last Friday regarding Lock Patton Park real property negotiation that would have been, in behind closed doors. That was 4A. And then 4B regarded Cal-Am litigation conference regarding water issues. Those are both withdrawn from tonight's agenda as closed session items. So we have no closed session left. And so item 4A will not be heard. Item 4B, that is the Lock Patton Cal-Am issue, is continued to May 19th at our regular meeting. So no closed session will be held this evening. So now we will recess the regular meeting of tonight to 6:30 as normal, but we will convene at the same time right now the special meeting of the City Council, which was separately noticed for 5 p.m. this evening to be compliant with the Brown Act. So we'll see you back at 6:30 for the open session regular meeting, but right now we're going to stay put for up to an hour and a half for a special meeting that solely regards Lock Patton, which was a closed session item before it was moved to this special meetings open session. So clear as mud, we're going to begin, and we'll turn it over to our city manager, Lane Long, to frame this matter for us. Thank you, Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. As everyone knows, for several years now, we've been having a lot of meetings, public meetings with the public, and our staff has had individual meetings with Eric Morgan, the general manager of the Park District, and those discussions and meetings are continuing. We've had closed sessions that have discussed strictly terms and conditions of an agreement. The agreement that we have with the Park District expired back in 2012, and so we do not have an agreement right now. And so any activities and maintenance things that the city is doing, we really don't have an agreement to do those, and that is why we are from the city's end working with the Park District trying to get an agreement in place. But I want to make it clear in the closed session, our discussions are strictly terms and conditions of trying to get an agreement in place. The purpose of this broader public meeting is to discuss kind of where things are. And back on March 4th, the city made a proposal to the Park District, and we laid out some terms and conditions that we thought we wanted to be able to enter into an agreement for the Park District so we could start really addressing some of those issues. We received a letter back from the Park District, and from that is kind of where I want to lead into our discussion. There's a staff report that goes into more detail, and so I'm not going to really go into those issues in the staff report, but I wanted to kind of focus on our PowerPoint presentation. So if you can pull that up, please. Next slide. So essentially what we have described is 5 projects on Lock Patton Park. We have the Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden, which has gone through an approval process with at least with the general manager of the district. We have the Oak Woodland Garden and Food Forest. We have the Asian American Hybrid Garden, and then a new Children's Sensory Garden. Then the fifth really is the Wetlands Project. And so those are the 5 projects that we're lumping everything in together. The 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all terrestrial or on the dry areas of the park. And those are all really in parcel number 43. Next slide. In our March 5th letter or March 4th letter, the city made 5 requests to the park district. Number 1 was to confirm that there is no deed restrictions on lot 43, and the district did in this letter back confirm that there are no restrictions or fatal flaws that would prevent any of the 4 city-supported projects to be built on that parcel. Our second one was a equal cost sharing of the wetlands implementation, the long-term maintenance. That was paired with allowing the city to move forward with lot 43, either lease it to the city, deed it to us, sell it to us, just a path forward to lot 43. The third part of that was a 50-50 cost sharing of the project planning part of the wetlands area, the permitting part of it. And then the fourth part was a bundled CEQA review, and there's a lot of different components. And if there's questions, we can go into that a little bit more detailed. But I did want to make it clear that the city has a local coastal plan, and so any permitting in the coastal zone comes to the city of Marina. So any coastal development permit is issued by the city of Marina. It doesn't go to the Coastal Commission or the permitting agency. Any decisions that we make could be appealed to the Coastal Commission, but we are the permitting agency. And so a CEQA review typically, if a project, and it's complicated a little bit because we have a settlement agreement with the Sierra Club, and that settlement agreement essentially says any project in the coastal zone has to have a full EIR, even if it doesn't require it, if the project normally wouldn't require it. Now, the Sierra Club has given the city 3 or 4 or 5 exemptions for projects, and they've told us that if we have additional projects in the future, let them know, and they'll be happy to work with us on an exemption, so we don't have to do a full-blown EIR if it's not required. The city will always have to do the appropriate CEQA review on a project. What the settlement agreement does allow and provide is if a project is exempt, then it doesn't have to go through the full EIR. And so typically when you have small playgrounds and projects like that, those are typically CEQA exempt. And the city under our settlement agreement would not be required to do a full EIR. And so some of those projects, minor projects up there would typically be CEQA exempt. Those have not gone through that formal permitting process. And these are things that working with the district, we're trying to clean those type of projects up. An Asian American hybrid garden would not be a project that would be CEQA exempt. And so with the settlement agreement with the Sierra Club, that would require a full EIR. However, they've told us, we've talked with people at Sierra Club, and they said they have an interest in again, waiving, putting an amendment as they've done previously. If they did, then that would require that we go through the normal CEQA process. If the normal CEQA process required a full EIR, then that is what would happen. If it would require a mitigated negative debt, then that is what would happen. But to be able to determine that, you really have to have a project scope and you have to have all those details before you can determine what the CEQA is. And so you have to get a lot of details prior, which is why on the council agenda for tomorrow was an item to recommend to the council that we approve issuing an RFP to a landscape architect that would help us put together the project scope and the detail for an Asian American garden so that then we can determine what the appropriate CEQA review is. We can't get to that point unless we have that detail. And working with the park district, that is something that helps and furthers their goal, and that helps and furthers our goal of moving forward with developing the Asian garden as quickly as possible. The last point that the city council made in the proposal was to defer a comprehensive update to the master plan. And part of the city's thoughts and reasoning behind that was all the areas have really been identified in the park. The wetlands area is the wetlands area. We know what it is. The mitigation area for the Holiday Inn Express, that's an area, separate area. You don't need to have a master plan that area. We already know the library area. We know the playground area. We know the Martin Luther King area. And so it doesn't make sense for us to do a master plan update when it really is, we're talking about just the Asian American garden. And so it seems like when we're trying to move forward and come with a, get a new agreement in place so we can start doing the maintenance and the public safety work and all the things we want to move forward, that going through a master plan process that would update process that would take a long time just seems like we've been doing these studies for the last 20, 30 years, and we're ready to do some actions. And so that was the city's thought behind that is it's the district's decision to do that, but it really is talking parcel 43. It's the Asian American garden. Let's just move forward with that and not go through another plan, another study. We've had 2-3 years of public input. And so that was the city's thought with that. Next slide. So and I kind of covered this a little bit. So in the deed restriction, lot 43 does allow for park-related projects to move forward. And so we're in agreement with that. The cost sharing, Eric Morgan has said that they're going to put on their agenda tomorrow night. They're going to talk about cost sharing for the scope of work to develop the plan there. We all want to move forward with an accelerated wetlands plan. We can do a much more detailed scope, but that may take 2 to 3 years because you have to go through nesting seasons and involve a lot of state and federal agencies. And there is a streamlined approach that doesn't address all the issues, but allows us to move forward very quickly and address some of the bulrush and some of the other environmental issues that we really want to move forward quickly. And so I think we're in alignment in that area. And the other area that we are in alignment is the district has said they will evaluate the city's 4 projects that we have before. And so we think that we have agreement in those 4 areas. Next slide. This is where we kind of diverge a little bit. The city has said, let's just bundle all these projects together so we can move them forward very quickly. What the district has proposed is a parallel track. And so move forward on the wetlands, one thing, and then in the staff report of the district, it talks about scope 1 and scope 2. And we don't have enough time, so I'm not going to go in detail, but we kind of differ in that approach. The district wants to move forward with a comprehensive updated their master plan, and the city is not proposing. We think that from our perspective is just delaying, allowing us to make some decisions and get the improvements moving forward. Again, the 5 projects, and at this point, the district wants to go through another public process to evaluate the 4 projects of the city. And then with lot 43, the city has proposed, the district wants to deed it to us. If they wants to purchase it, we'll take care of all the cost, and we haven't really received a direction back from the district on that. Next slide. So these are 5 potential areas for discussion for the council tonight. You can certainly have a lot of other areas for discussion, and I'll just kind of leave these up here. One is just to talk about the dual track planning approach that the district is proposing, or continue with the city's proposal of just try to get them all right done so we can get an agreement and move forward. Another discussion could be participate in the 50-50 cost sharing on the different scopes of work. Another discussion could be on the district's proposal of their scope 1, scope 2, and a lot of different things that are in those different scopes. Another one could be how to respond to the district's questions about the food forest, the children's sensory garden, MLK sculpture garden. From the city's end, we have all the information. They're built. We've provided that information to the district. It's what more do we need to get those approved? Another one would be discuss the maintenance issues, the cost sharing. We haven't, again, the district has talked about cost sharing of the initial plan, but not cost sharing the implementation of that plan and cost sharing of the maintenance moving forward. And then another one is number 6 would be pursuing leasing or the transfer of lot 43 in part of these whole discussions. And I'll just kind of leave it at that point, Mayor, and see where the council wants questions or lead the discussion.
Okay, so as usual, I'd like to go to the public first, starting with those that are in person, and then we'll go online to the public, and then the council can ask questions and have discussion. So come on up to the podium if you have things you want to say. Everyone has up to 3 minutes, and thanks again for being here.
Old and might forget it, so just in case. I've been a resident of Marina for almost 3 decades, 28 years now. I remember clearly what Lock Padden Park used to look like, and I can compare it to what it is now. The contrast is stark. Long ago, I would take my toddler son to look at ducks, to run around well-kept areas, to play frisbee or kick and throw balls, and in general, we would both enjoy a well-kept space with paved and smooth paths surrounding a vast green space. That park is gone. This and previous city councils have ignored maintenance and upkeep of this space for years. The paths in the large main space between the library and the wetlands are treacherous to navigate, so much so that once I almost tripped and fell over tree roots sticking up in the middle of one. This is not a pristine and well-kept area that is welcoming to families with small children, to senior citizens with mobility issues, or to any member of the community, many of which just drive to better parks and surrounding areas because they can't tolerate this one. And I'm very concerned that now you want to spend $250,000 of our tax dollars not to help beautify and fix this precious space, but to build a garden in the park. I'm all for a garden from any nationality, but building it before working on the disheveled disaster that is the park is the equivalent to my planting lovely flowers in a fountain in my backyard while my roof is leaking and my plumbing is shot. And not to mention that in 5 years, since given the city's track record of neglect, that garden would be as shoddy as the park is now. This lack of prioritizing anything and everything over taking care of Lock Padden is just a travesty, and it's in no way acceptable to any taxpayer.
Thank you, Olga.
My name is Douglas Chandler. And first of all, I wanted to thank you for having this special session so that we could all meet and discuss what's going on at the park. I wanted to discuss the Lock Padden wetlands and its connection to the main area of Lock Padden Park, including any proposed Asian garden. I've been a resident of Marina for 28 years and was born and grew up in the Monterey Peninsula. I remember you could once actually see water from the bridge at Lock Padden and look at a variety of ducks and other birds. It was quite a wonderful space and to observe wildlife. Now bulrushes and weeds obscure any view of the water from the interior part of the park. You have information about the space and its deterioration. There have been reports by CSUMB, recommendations from the Monterey Audubon Society, and input from other sources that clearly state that we are running out of time to preserve this precious park. The congestion of the water has made it so that predators are living on top of the bulrushes and can destroy the birding sites. It's a rare opportunity to have a wetlands in your own city. And I think that we should really focus on doing that first. I urge the separation of restoration of the upland areas of the Lock Padden Park, and that this be completed first. I don't know if it being number 5 on the list was just how it happened to fall or if it was a prioritization, but if it is a prioritization, I would rather it be first rather than 5th. We need to act quickly so that the critical wetland lagoon returns to a 70-30 water vegetation ratio. Separation of working on the upland Lock Padden area and working on restoring the wetlands needs to happen quickly and without obstruction from the city council or other agencies to slow down the process. I urge that you allow the Monterey Parks Department to focus on the wetlands habitat separate from the upland area the city of Marina needs to renovate. Doing so would restore the wetlands and its wildlife to what it once used to be, so all of Marina citizens can once again enjoy it and know that nature is being preserved for the future generations and also for the animals that live there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas.
Good evening, Grace Silva Santella. First, I really feel it's unfortunate that this meeting's being called with only 24 hours notice. There's an awful lot that we're being asked to comment on, and though many of us have followed this closely, this is a lot of information that we haven't had an opportunity really we as residents, to organize our thoughts. I will say that I 100% support separating out the upland projects from wetland restoration. And I say that from having heard the CSUMB students give their presentation, having listened to an hour-and-a-half YouTube on cutting the green tape, and strongly believing that wetland restoration work at the lagoon will qualify for CEQA exemption under cutting the green tape. If we bundle everything together, I believe we're really setting back the work at Lock Padden Park, especially the #1 priority at the park, which is the wetland restoration work. Secondly, I do have concerns with what our city manager, actually, I'm a little confused when our city manager was talking about that any projects in the coastal zone requires full EIR CEQA review, but that the Sierra Club settlement agreement allows some, and then I wasn't quite following what he was saying. I have some concerns that you have a sitting city council member who is also a member of the local Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club, who is also very involved in the Asian American Garden Project, with due respect to the council member. And I think that I would have some reservations that we would have an unbiased environmental evaluation if this goes before the local Sierra Club. Again, I want to see the #1 priority be wetlands restoration work. I also have concerns in this staff report that there's some talk about the park district having a 50-50 responsibility. I understand some of this discussion relative to maintenance of the park, but I'm concerned if that 50-50 discussion starts moving into the Asian garden maintenance. And I also assume that later tonight, we have an opportunity to speak on the RFP, if I'm correct on that. Thank you very much. And I'm Grace Silva Santella. I'm a 36-year resident of Marina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Lee, and I'm a resident of Marina, 15 years. I would like to make a few points on the correspondence between the city and the Park District. Why is the MRK Plaza being raised? This is an established, permitted construction. If there are any outstanding issues surrounding this, then cannot they be dealt with outside this broader plan? Why is the Children's Sensory Garden included? It was originally proposed to be built on Park District property, but is now a city project on city land. This does not concern the Park District at all. The only city projects that should be discussed with the district are the Asian American Botanical Garden and the food forest on the southwest of the Oak Woodland. I also wonder what a new park master plan will include. The library and parking lot are established on city property. The wetland area, as described by the recent CSUMB report, will require extensive regulatory approval before restoration. The area between the wetland and the library west of the cypress trees is almost entirely part of the 2001 Holiday Inn Express mitigation area. This area is much larger than was mistakenly shown in the 2005 Park Master Plan. It can only be developed when and if restrictions are removed. The only space left for planning is the stretch of land alongside Seaside Circle between the library and restroom parking lot and Lot 43. Within Lot 43, that leaves just the area on which the city hopes to plant the Asian American Botanical Garden. The Asian Garden was first proposed several years ago. There have been multiple public meetings since then. The concept was presented at the joint city district meeting on April the 29th last year. It was presented again to the district's land use committee on June the 11th. Despite all these open public meetings, no alternative proposals have come forward, apart from do nothing. What will 4 more public meetings, as the district require, deliver? There is a clear majority in favour of the project, supported by the city and multiple groups, but they are constantly thwarted by extra bureaucratic hurdles. This project will have a detailed design produced. It will be subject to secret examination. It will require a coastal development permit issued by the city. All these steps will provide opportunities for public inspection and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, everybody. My name is May Holland Dungo. I know you've already seen me several times because I've been in the meeting several times here and in the regional park. Has been asking and pleading for the Asian American Garden for over 2 years now, and still I'm really getting sick and tired, but I'm here because of my devotion and dedication to the Asian American Garden. The Asian American Botanical Garden project has already been approved and funded by the City of Marina for 3 years ago. It ranked as the number 15 City of Marina top priority in the fiscal budget year of 2025 and 2027. Yet progress has been slow at the MPRPD board, while other projects move forward more quickly and received significant funding consideration. Marina residents contribute to the district funding, but historically, we have not seen any or no funding locally. This project is an opportunity to begin correcting the imbalance. Notably, the city and the community has stepped up to help fund the garden itself. What's needed from the MPRPD board is not funding for our proposed tree project, but action and approval. I know our city is fighting for this, and we are so grateful to all of you. There comes a point where continued delay sends a message, whether intended or not, the message of non-importance, of being second class, or being easy to ignore, and be discontinued by the MPRPD board. We ask you to take a clear step forward today. Support the RFP request for proposal, and we trust that the city will manage this process effectively and quickly. The RFP was asked and demanded by the MPRPD on the meeting on April 1, 2026, and is necessary to build the proposed Asian American Garden. Please approve the RFP so we can proceed. We hope that MPRPD will not require excessive work for the city in the approval process and does not try to pose more.
Excuse me, May, I have to ask you. to stop.
Objections.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, May.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Dave Brown. I'm a former council member and I've been a Marina resident for 32 years. And of course, I would like you to approve the RFP as well. But I would like to ask you, please don't pay too much attention to the naysayers. They won't tell you their true motives, but anything to obstruct and delay it should be looked on with suspicion. In the process of obtaining approval for the Asian American Gardens, now known as the Asian American Botanical Gardens, there's been a troubling pattern of unfairness, opposition to the garden. After more than 2 years of well-attended hearings with strong support from the community, Asian American residents, this council, thankfully, the park districts in particular, and some members of this council seem to me to be listening too seriously, or I should say taking too seriously the people who really don't want the Asian American Gardens and who will think of anything. Focus on this, more studies, more public input. Those are the kind of things that they want, in the hopes that this thing will be talked to death. I remember something like that long ago in 2010 when we were talking about mobile home rent control, and the people who were against it wouldn't say they were against it. They wanted more studies, more meetings, and that went on for 10 years until we as a council finally passed some needed legislation. For example, let's take a board member who is supposed to represent Marina in other areas. He presents himself as supportive of the garden, Yet he's quoted in the latest edition of the Weekly, which has a nice photo of one of our council members in it and Mr. Lee. His public statements are, well, I believe they've chosen a very challenging location. It would involve appeals from several agencies, including the California Coastal Commission, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. That's an overstatement. We have a local coastal plan, which allows us not to have to do that exhaustive kind of review. We have the possibility of a negative declaration with mitigation. And he's been listening to the naysayers too much. Don't put too much faith in what the naysayers say. And please approve the RFP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Just to remind folks, the RFP will be discussed in detail for the Asian American Garden later on our action agenda.
Oh, good evening. I'm Julie Hoffman, a Marina resident. And I want to say that I have worked tirelessly to see more green space happen in Marina, and I totally support the concept of the Asian Garden. But I do believe that the wetlands are the priority. It's been decades of not care. And the wetland restoration, I like the idea of going with 2 tracks because of the CEQA requirements, and having the upland projects as looked at as a separate way that could streamline those projects as well. Asking for accelerated permitting by bundling all of these upland projects with the wetland project, it requires the park district to sort of bypass some of its processes. And I don't think that that really gives adequate review of very different projects, and they should be separated. I have a question. What other locations have been considered for the Asian Garden? Because it seems like with all of the limitations that I've heard about and read about, that another location would release the CEQA requirements and also streamline the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And we'll answer your question as soon as public comment's over. Anyone else wishing to comment here in person? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Iris Locktowen Nanny, longtime resident of Marina and an ACOM member. We respectfully ask that you fully support the request for proposals in today's agenda for the Asian American Botanical Garden Lot 43. This is a long-awaited concrete step forward. The Regional Park District has asked for more detailed plan. We have initiated a process that will produce exactly that, a professionally developed specific design. It is the appropriate next step, not a reason for delay. However, our city should ensure that the final document will satisfy the Regional Park District request for a detailed plan. However, we fear that the Park District will find endless criticism of a final plan because of the ongoing resistance and delays with disregard for Marina's vision. What is concerning is the pattern of raising more and more narrow or unusual criteria, requirements that are not consistently applied to other projects. For example, has the Regional Park District required 10 board meetings on any agenda project? As has happened for Loch Padden Park and the Asian American Garden over the last 2 years? Do they routinely require smaller project like ours to have public participation this many times? If their goal is to stop this project before an environmental review, then yes, there will always be another reason for delay. But if the goal is to be fair, then this project deserves to move forward like any other, actually more than others because of all time already spent by the public, the Marina City Council, and your staff. For 2 years, the Asian American community has shown up consistently, respectfully, and in large numbers. That commitment reflects how important this garden is, and through your vote, and allocation of funding several years ago, we're grateful to our City Council. Thank you for all of your support to advance this Asian American garden. Please support the RFP and allow this project to quickly proceed to its next stage of environmental review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iris. Anyone else in person before we go online? Thank you all for commenting. Let's go online to Shante. Welcome, Shante. I think you're good to go, Shante. But we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City of Marina. I would like to give my quick input on the fact that I've been volunteering with the Oak Woodland Garden for a year now. My name is Shante Sneed, and I have been on the steering committee board as a secretary. And going through all the meetings, I've noticed that we have a lot of projects and a lot of volunteer commitment to this garden, which I didn't know of. And I've been living here for 5 years. The part that I love the most is that it brought me closer to the community, and it started to allow me to see have a wider perspective of the people who live here, and as well as the enjoyment that we actually get to participate in and reap or receive the rewards from. Unfortunately, I know that there are conflicts of what people who have been here longer, what they want to see and how they appreciate what their environment was. But I know that change needs to happen for growth to proceed. And so I really enjoy that we have these opportunities and these projects in place, although I do really partake in the fact that when we continue to add on to those things, that we just receive more and we have a broader perspective of what our community could be. So I don't understand still what the pushback is on the project for specifically the Asian hybrid American garden, because I feel like that would be such a rewarding and inclusive, as well as just beautiful perspective to this park that we already have been participating in, and seeing the growth of it, just to now be able to enjoy it. But I do understand the concerns of what happened to our lake lock pardon, but I don't believe that was because of the purpose of having this Asian hybrid garden happening. I believe that was for other reasons, that it has not been upkept. So I feel like people don't see that separately, but yes, I really would love for this park to just continue to flourish, and hopefully I can see, being here like a longstanding citizen, seeing what it goes through, what this community has gone through, and how it got built upon, and just be proud of that. So thank you.
Thank you, Shante. Anyone else online, please raise your hand. Who wants to speak? Alex Stewart. Welcome, Alex. Good evening.
Welcome, City Council. I just have a couple things to mention. Is that at one point we had a really good relationship with the Department of Corrections, and those guys came in every year and cleaned out all the underbrush around the lake, and they did a great job. You know, they were like an army through there, just ripping everything up and getting rid of all the dead wood and chopping up the fallen trees, which have been laying for years at this point. So it'd be nice if we could establish that relationship again, but I get confused on who owns, you know, which part of the park. So maybe that's not the City of Marina's purview. And another thing is, I'd like to say that the signs that went in for those children's like playstations along the path, my family moved here over 60 years ago. So I've been walking through that park on a daily basis for a long time. And I've never seen any kids using those things like the hopscotch and the other little things they have. But the sign, so it's like at this point, it seems like it's not working, and the signs are kind of, if it was used, the signs would be great, but the signs are kind of an eyesore, I think, if it's not going to be actually used. So we might consider getting rid of those if the city has anything to do with that property. And I'm sure that, the lake hasn't been, it hasn't been decades since it was in bad shape. It could, because as recently as a decade ago or less, they used to bring a big machine through there every few years and clear it out really well, and that stopped maybe 5, 6 years ago. But up until that point, it was actually maintained, as far as I could tell, pretty well. So maybe, I don't know whose responsibility that is either. And let's see. That's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Anyone else online would like to speak to this matter? Please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Greg Fury, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the time has to reset here for a minute. Unless I only have
Greg, you
40
have
seconds.
39 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me know when the timer's up again. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed. Thanks, Greg.
Sure. A couple of things. We were members of Haconey Gardens up in Los Gatos for a number of years, and Asian gardens are some of the most beautiful gardens I've ever seen. Huntington Library has an incredible one. San Francisco Golden Gate Park. Haconey is a wonderful place. My concern, besides what I would consider kind of politicized methodology that's being suggested here, and when I hear somebody, I know Mr. Brown, to get up and say there are naysayers. No, there are people who are speaking their mind and speaking their concerns. And if we don't have the ability to do that, then I would say anybody that points a finger at naysayers is a naysayer. But it's not about that. It's about, number one, what's the habitat that we want to preserve in this area? I would hope it's natural. We're getting buildings, as I made a comment in another meeting, we're turning into Orange County, a large part of the town. That's just the way it is right now. And it's the way it's going to go. Development. Preserve that wetlands, preserve that natural area. Find another place for an Asian garden. There's got to be places that are not subject to all of the intrusion of wildlife. They are tremendously expensive to maintain. I don't know whether the council has looked at that obligation, but Haconey Gardens just approved some time ago $17 million renovation. They're tremendously expensive and very maintenance intensive, and they should be. They're absolutely beautiful, but it's all about the details in those gardens. They're microcosms of beauty in all the different areas. I hope we'll get an Asian garden. I would hate to see it there because I think it would be a great mistake. Anyway, the other thing I was going to suggest to you, you guys are suggesting a user utility tax. I'm going to tell you, in spite of whatever anybody's perceptions are, if you're going to approve an RFP for that amount of money and then talk about a $2 million expenditure for the Asian garden, for any garden, when the other priorities that exist in the city are so obvious to people. And I'd also say that you ask 9 out of 10 people on the street in this city, they won't know what you're talking about when you talk about a hybrid Asian garden. It's just the reality of it. So if you want to hand yourself a loser for the utility tax, start talking about spending that kind of money, because once that gets out into the public, you're going to have people that are going to be incensed. I mean, just a heads up, you probably already know that. I wish you luck. I would encourage to go separate tracks. Get a quality garden. I hope it's not there. I just think that's a terrible place for it. And I'd really like to see the wetlands restored. Good luck with whatever you decide. Thanks for holding this meeting. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Greg. Anyone else wish to speak? Please raise your hand. All right, we'll close public comment. Julie had a question. What other locations for the Asian Garden have been considered. And something about, I guess, I don't know if I'm putting words in her mouth, but would those need to go through CEQA as well?
Yeah, let me answer the first question about, we looked at several locations in the city. Excuse me. We looked at Cypress Knolls, that's covered with blight. We've been in a 4-year process of working on a habitat mitigation plan. We're still a year away from that. We got $3 million in just blight to remove, and so Cypress Knolls didn't was an appropriate site. Then we looked at the Preston Park out there, Preston Parks, and as we met with the school groups and the youth leagues, it was those parks to expand those for soccer and baseball uses and not put it Asian Garden out there. We looked at Vince DiMaggio Park and again, he thought there's other uses there. And so we didn't consider Vince DiMaggio. And then we had 2 park projects underway, the city park at the Dunes, and that would had a very much engaged community process and Recreation and Cultural Services Commission and the Asian Garden wasn't selected for there. But we did, when we looked at the Lock Padden site and pulled up their master plan and the section where it's at, it had been neglected forever. No one had ever done anything. The master plan actually we saw had a garden down there and had a meandering brook. And at that point we thought, we approached the park district and asked them about it. We met with the general manager at the time, Kelly Sorensen, who was the representative for the Marina district, met him on site, and he said absolutely, he thought that was completely supported within their concept of the master plan. We actually then had some site visits out to the Shinzen Garden that involved the Marina Park District, as well as some council and staff from both agencies. And that's how we kind of ended up with that site. And the other sites in the city just didn't make sense. Question about the concern about the CEQA validation go to the Sierra Club. The CEQA validation, I said earlier, that is done by city staff. It's our LCP. The city makes that determination, not the Sierra Club. We have a settlement agreement that has certain terms and conditions, and that is the discussion that the city has with the Sierra Club. But Sierra Club does not make that determination. The city does that. And then there's a question on is the 50-50 discussion of the maintenance of the Asian American Garden, and the city's proposal was not 50-50. The city's proposal was the city 100% fund all the Asian American Garden, including the long-term maintenance. And there's a question also about that $2 million for the Asian American Garden. The council has just funded money for the planning that essentially would do the CEQA work and get the planning documents. The council has not allocated any funds for the construction, and at this point the discussion has been it would be funded by private donations. And I think that's all the questions that I had.
Did anyone else note any questions that haven't been answered from the public before we move on? Okay. All right. Let's open it up to council. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So for me, the statement from the public that resonated the most was that there's a lot of delay, and I completely agree with that. And there are always going to be, that's what government is, right? There's always going to be reasons for people to reach out and try to find ways to delay projects that they don't agree with. And I don't think anyone would disagree that delay is exactly what's been happening all around. And even I could sit here and argue with my 4 friends up here on the dais about the merits of the individual specific projects. And I have done that, and we will probably continue to have those robust discussions And tonight there's another agenda item on the Asian Garden in particular, right? But for me, this item stems from the closed session price and terms lease negotiation to just get a basic maintenance agreement for this park, right? And I have to assume that we all agree that we want better for our residents. And a first step to that is to go to the park district and say, you know what, we're going to be good players. We're going to be good neighbors. And we're going to sign that agreement that, oh, by the way, we've had with you for 30 years. And we're going to continue that while we figure out these other pieces, right? And we tried to do that, right? With these letters to the park district, we kind of took a hard-nosed negotiation tactic, right? As is evident by these public letters. And I think that's great. I think that's what we owe our residents. But we failed. The park district said, you're asking a little bit too much, right? And so what do we do now? My answer is that we sign an interim agreement that gets some of that basic maintenance done. Our residents continue to suffer through the lack of maintenance, the further disrepair of this park. And I would like to see this council move forward tonight under this agenda item to give staff direction to sign some agreement that moves us forward. I look forward to the Asian Garden discussion later tonight. And all of the different projects, and those are challenging, and they're going to be hard, and there's going to be those people that are going to want to delay, and that's just part of the process. But what doesn't have to delay is making the park cleaner, safer, more inviting. As many residents said, back to what it was maybe even 10, if not 15 years ago. And so that's where I stand tonight, and I hope that we can get that done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Councilmember Jenny McAdams. I forgot your last name for just a second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I am just sort of wondering, like, there's 6 decisions that staff is wanting guidance on. So I kind of put my notes down based on those 6. How are we doing this so we're efficient and we're staying on task? Because we could comment for hours and hours.
Yeah, I think, as Brian said, the Asian American comments probably should wait for the Asian American item. And then how we go about for the other items on the other decisions, all the decisions that Lane mentioned, is how you wish to do that. You can suggest efficiency process, but everyone else might have the same or different.
Okay, so I'll start with, how about the first 3 decisions? Because I don't want to take up too much time. And then when we do a second round, I'll do 4, 5, and 6. So the dual track, I'm a big yes on that. Sort of what Councilmember McCarthy said, we asked for the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the Parks District said, no, thank you. And that's okay, right? Anyone can always say no. And so I agree, this is our opportunity to show collaboration and good faith. What the Parks District is proposing is very reasonable, and those steps in the right direction. And especially we haven't had anything for over a decade, right? So we're all sort of stepping in the water cautiously, right? So baby steps, I appreciate that. I want to see action. Decision 2, the 50-50 cost sharing of the scope of work 1 and 2. I'm a yes on that, but I would appreciate a not to exceed. I don't want to just have an open yes, right? So yes, and 200,000. Yes, and just whatever, as they go down that path, what that cost looks like. I mean, obviously they don't want to be spending millions of dollars either, but I think if we show that we want to be, prudent and thoughtful, and here's what we can initially pony up to with. And then number 3, about commenting on this, the scope of work 1 and 2. If comments equals delay, then I'm a hard no. I'm hoping that we provide the Parks District with a very clear response and a path forward. We've had years of delay, and we have money allocated for tree maintenance and park maintenance, and nothing has been done. So splitting the top and the bottom to me is a fabulous suggestion. So that way we can address the wetlands, get the trees that have been fallen over since a storm 3 years ago out of the way, while, working on the other projects that are up above. So, so with regards to the commenting, no, I don't want to, we've provided, that was the letter. We provided our comments and the Parks District said here, how about this? And so I think that what they have proposed is a good step in the right direction. And then I also appreciate a short-term maintenance lease, get us through 2 to 3 years. I think that's a great suggestion. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And we, of course, we'll come back to you as needed. I think the number one priority is to improve the overall park's safety and appearance. And some of that is the wetland is overgrown, resulting in people feeling unsafe. And some of it is that the dry lands, the uplands, are not in good shape, and they haven't been in good shape for a long time. And not being in good shape with poor pathways and poor weedy fields, poor tree maintenance, unwelcome behavior going on, and camping in places where it's a protected area by a mitigation agreement with the State Fish and Wildlife Service, and B, it also leads to people feeling unsafe by seeing folks doing what is not supposed to be going on there. So I think that most people, and I'm really, I won't say moved by Jenny's ardent comments in our last meeting, where she was just fed up because there was a recent assault. And this is the kind of thing that happens when you let things go. And we've got to step in and not let those assaults go on without having done everything we can to, it's obvious we got to make the park better. So that's the first priority. Everything else is important and comes after that. Addressing that first priority to me means recognizing who owns what. Who is the primary landowner? Is it the city or is it the park district? Is it 60-40 in favor of the park district or something else? At least that gives us a foundation to know what we're dealing with. Let's assume it's 50-50. It's somewhere close to 50-50. Who's paying for it? Are we, the Marina taxpayer, paying for every trash can on Park Service land and every tree and every police visit on Park Service land to take care of that land? Did the assault happen on Park District property? Was our police the ones who went there, took care of the incident promptly, and then afterward set up cameras, increased their patrols on Park District property? Is that what we think of as a fair arrangement? Assuming it's 50-50, but probably it's in the park district is probably the majority landowner, but let's assume it's 50-50. The lease that ran out in 2012 had the city paying for everything. For 13 years, we've continued to pay for everything without a lease. Now we're talking about a new lease for a better park. A better park than past means better management. Better management than past means more money. More money than past has to come from somewhere. Should 100% of that increased cost come from half the landowner, or should there be a sharing? And so Jenny and Brian tonight said they want a lease. And I think that we need a lease. We, the city, should not be out there policing MPRPD lands in an increased effort without something in writing. What are we doing? Whose role is whose role? And so I think we need a lease, and it needs to cover security, appearance, maintenance, broken benches, graffiti on benches, patrols during the day. MPRPD has rangers. They don't have guns. They don't carry guns, but they patrol. Do they patrol Lock Padden? No. Does the city police patrol Lock Padden? Yes. Why is that? We empty all the garbage on Park District property. they don't ever empty garbage. Why is that? Is that fair? Is that reasonable? Would two landowners normally come to that agreement? Up until now, the city says, we'll take care of everything. But in the last 2 years, the Park District has started to put their foot down and say, no, this is our land too. We want equal say in what goes on in the park. And so we were taken aback saying, well, that's different. It's been a laissez-faire absentee sort of arrangement that was working, but not to everyone's satisfaction. Now, to everyone's satisfaction, we've got to get our act together better than we've ever had it at Lock Patton Park. And it's going to be more expensive than it's ever been at Lock Patton Park. And we want a lease, and we want it to be fair. We want it to be financially, we want it to be fair socially, politically, et cetera. So yeah, let's get that lease going as a top priority. And let's find out how we can use the Park District's rangers on Park District land at Lock Patton during the day to engage with the homeless or other visitors that might be doing things that are against the rules. And let's get the Park District to either pay the city to empty the garbage or help us empty the garbage. Let's be partners. Let's both be on the land, understanding it, learning to love it, learning how to understand it, and paying for its proper maintenance so that the people are happy and they feel safe. And Olga and Douglas come back with your grandchildren, because it's different now. More money has been invested by both parties, and it's to everyone's benefit. So I'll end there on that, because we try to do 5 minutes at a time. Elizabeth or Kathy, did you want to say anything?
I don't have much to add. I agree with everything, and that's the hard part. We all want the park to look as beautiful as it has looked before I moved here, 9-year resident. And I think it hasn't been maintained with the big machines or whatever they said. There has been probably more like 15 years.
2014.
Pretty close. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, and we all know it will be expensive. And we also know we don't have a lot of money, and we have a lot of other projects. So I always like to see the numbers first before we say, okay, we'll pay 50%, like Councilmember McAdams already mentioned. There's a not to exceed amount. And what can we do for that? Can we make it look beautiful or not? And of course, we also want our Asian American garden, like we already have discussed how many times? And already approved for that location. I think it will be a beautiful location for that. I don't know if that's the issue now. But that, of course, it's for me, I understand why they say let's split it. But for me, we need that entire park. Look at the big picture, including an Asian American garden with a beautiful view, etc. So, but I'd like to know what the cost will be. And I also agree, we're all taxpayers, and we also pay the Park District. And I don't know how much of my dollars have been used in Marina. I understand that it's, they cover different areas, different cities, and it won't be exactly that my dollars will go to Marina. But I think that not many of my dollars have been spent in Marina. And I would like to see some of those dollars spent here. So thank you.
Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I'm going to follow Councilmember McAdams' process and comment on decision 1 to 3, and then second round go to the other ones, because there's a lot to bite off. So these are my opinions about the 3 decisions. So the first one is the dual track versus the single bundled CEQA process. What I don't know is, if we bundle the CEQA process, does it save us money rather than having 2 separate CEQA processes? And I don't know, Elaine, if you can answer that. And if there are any other advantages, concrete advantages to keeping it together. I will say that my fear about separating them is that I am pretty sure that the wetlands CEQA is going to be very complex. There's so many species out there. There's water, there's all kinds of, it's a much larger, much more complex project. And if we separate them out, I am afraid that we're going to end up with so much of staff time being focused on the wetlands, because it is more complex, because it is so much larger. And then the uplands or the terrestrial areas, CEQA is going to fall behind, and we won't have control over that piece. And so those are my thoughts about separating, but I would like to know about the bundling, whether there is anything to be saved, because if all the areas need CEQA, why are we splitting it up?
Do you want me to answer that question now?
Yes, thank you.
I agree with you that the wetlands CEQA process is going to be a long process, even if they do the green tape cutting. I think you're minimum 12 to 18 months. You just have to involve a lot of different agencies. Whereas with the Asian American Garden, the CEQA work for that, I think is much simpler. And what we have proposed to the council tonight, once you bring in an architect on board that has that experience, they can put that scope together, and I think probably have that ready in 4 or 5, 6 months. So in reality, I think separating out would actually make sense, because they're just two very different projects.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, because just even visually, when you look at all the wildlife, the water elements, the wetland is a very complicated ecosystem. And so when you look at the plot for lot number 43, it's been deserted farmland. It's barren. It doesn't have anything on there except invasive weeds of native and non-native species. And so that kind of visually, you can just say one is going to not have the presence of Sanguilia or other endangered species. There's nothing there. So thank you for that. On decision 2, it is about cost sharing. It says for one or both scopes. Now, originally, the garden was conceived of initial seed money for planning, and there are many organizations and businesses who really value Asian gardens, particularly Japanese Zen gardens. They are in California a lot. They are, I just visited the San Francisco one. International visitors are there, flocking there. It's a real draw. People understand it, feel the harmony with nature in those gardens. So on the one hand, we said that it's not going to cost the district anything. Not one penny were we asking for it. Now the wetlands restoration, which needs to be done, hopefully is going to be done and done as expeditiously as possible. That is a huge expense by comparison, and I'm so glad we're at least expecting that the Park District do a 50-50 split. It's not necessary, but it just makes me feel that the kind of resistance we've had for the Asian American Botanical Garden, even without asking the district for any money, it seems then, so if it doesn't mean anything, maybe we should be asking the district to contribute 50-50. So I am open to both scopes having some buy-in from the regional park district, because we haven't felt that. And if we're talking about money and it's their property, it seems like they should be also willing to fund on a 50-50 level for all of their lands that they owned. And we are graciously saying we will participate in that. Decision 3, scopes 1 and 2. So scope 1, the scope of work number 1 that we have in our packet is for the wetlands. Scope 2 is for the terrestrial or uplands. And I do have issues with these documents, because we talk about equity. We talk about the fact that we don't own the land, but Marina has invested our money, has upkept this park. However bad you may think it is, it's been Marina stepping up to do this, and the hundreds of hours of volunteers making weeding, irrigation, emptying trash or painting or cleaning. So that's the inequity, that we are doing the lion's share of work there and also contributing the lion's share of money for it historically. And yet there is obvious, I would say, biases, or I'm not sure, resistance to an Asian American botanical garden and some of the other smaller projects that bring in people in our, if you had gone to Earth Day, you know, we had huge amounts of community there. It was bustling, people sitting on the MLK Jr. statue, eating burritos. We had people at the booths doing all kinds of work all over Lock Patton Park. That is who Marina is. We are a diverse community. We honor inclusiveness, and that's what we are. And so when I see that on this scope 1, for example, they say develop a detailed organize a public workshop and facilitate public outreach. A means 1 to me. You go to the scope of work at number 2, now we have a minimum of 4 public workshops, when up to now, the different groups, whether it's Asian communities or Marina, Sustainable Marina, CS4M, Sierra Club, all of those people have attended 16 public hearings on this. I don't even know like what other project, except maybe a $50 million site review, would require that. And we're asking, after 16 meetings, we're still now asking a minimum of 4 public workshops. Do you know the effort it is for the community and individuals to give up their evenings to come and listen, to participate in this kind of process? It's grueling, but we've discounted everything that the Asian community has done up to now when we say we need an additional 4. Then at the end of scope 1, it says schedule approximately 4 months from notice to proceed. That's a large project. We already have heard from our city manager that's pretty much not going to be 4 months. And on the uplands and the terrestrial, it says schedule approximately 5 months. Now, that's a month difference, but I can't even understand why they would even conceive of 4 small projects that Marina is asking on a barren piece of land. Why that would take more time in their estimation of getting something going forward. It doesn't make sense to me. So there are issues that I have with this, and it has to do with the overall thoughts and feelings about the inequity to Marina. And so I have concerns with decision 3, and I'm going to stop until 4 and 5 and 6 later.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to continue sort of where Councilmember Biala was on decision 4. So this is regarding response to the questions about the food forest, sensory garden, MLK garden. I read the packet and both of the letters. What questions specifically are we answering? I wasn't finding any like direct questions to the city.
I think that the question is the level of CEQA review, and that's pretty easy. I think on our staff end, working with our attorney, it's pretty clear, at least in our end.
And we've had like a CEQA analysis done, or a CEQA attorney provide their guidance? Because I haven't even seen plans for.
Yeah. So I read the letters too, and I think what it was, the request was to get clarifications and details about some of those projects. I think that
Okay,
was.
perfect. Yeah, I mean, for me, like CEQA and pretty easy should not be in the same sentence. I don't want to give that perception or put that, out in the world that CEQA is simple and easy. No, it's very expensive and can be really, really complicated. So for me, regardless, it's hard for me to comment on these projects because I haven't seen plans. I haven't seen costs, like what Mayor Pro Tem Fisher, like how much does it cost? So I haven't seen really any details. I think I've seen a conceptual drawing. I've seen a conceptual drawing. So for the food forest, sensory garden, I don't even know how to answer this. So what my comment was, though, is that the city can go down this path, and when the projects are developed and designed by the correct process, planning commission coming here, whatever, then those can be discussed with the Parks District. Decision 5, ongoing maintenance cost. So we already have some funding set aside for tree maintenance, park cleanup. I think moving forward, a good step is we expend those funds as soon as we can, being transparent with the Parks District, like this is the chunk that we're starting with, and you can continue negotiations. Because right now, I don't even think you've had that conversation, right? With the Parks District?
Actually, Eric and I are having those discussions and we'll plan on continuing to have them. So I think we are making really good progress on talking about maintenance and how we can move forward and working together on that.
Perfect. And so for me, in the meantime, let's expend the funds that we've already allocated. We're going to be going through budgets any day now. And you're continuing this dialogue with Mr. Morgan. And so then, we can regroup in a few months with a more definitive, sustainable, long-term maintenance agreement. But in the meantime, let's expend the funds that we've already allocated. And then decision 6 about whether to continue pursuing the lease transfer of lot 43 in parallel. I'm completely open to that. However, I don't support allowing these like conceptual long range projects to hold up any progress. Like that is not what I want to do. So especially like we're facing an environmental catastrophe. It is in our face. Like we have had multiple people come. We've had researchers. I mean, I don't know what else we need to hear for all of us up here to be definitive in that call for help from the wetlands and the park. And so, I understand the importance of thoughtful planning, but we can't just be blinded or just only, seeing through this lens of future potential conceptual projects, right? Like I see what's in front of my face and I see money that we have allocated. I'm seeing crime at the park. I'm seeing unhoused at the park. We're seeing kidnapping and sexual assault at the park. And that is absolutely unacceptable. And so I appreciate the mayor, with the comments at the start of the meeting, like, yes, like we are at the point of no return. And are we going to be complacent and delay more? I'm not. I'm going to kick and scream up here. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I say that out of love. But no, I am not going to. No, absolutely not. So for me, with number 6, I don't want us to get stuck because of the sun, the moon, the stars, right? Or these conceptual projects. I'm happy to go down the path of developing and investing in the conceptual projects. But I don't want to be just without making progress on another pathway. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to be really brief and go through all 6 of these since everyone else did in 4 minutes or less. So the dual track planning, I think, is a positive thing. I think it moves us forward. I think we need some CEQA expertise. The Park District has it. My understanding is the Park District has their own CEQA attorney. It's very complicated. It doesn't work. If they start CEQA on the lake as a project, we don't get to jump in and say, oh, we're going to do our own CEQA. It doesn't work that way. Just because it's our property, it's a project, right? And so they've already started that process. It sounds like they're going to be doing CEQA on the wetlands, and we're going to be part of that project-wise. Participation in the 50-50 cost sharing seems like a no-brainer. If they're willing, it'll be much more than they've contributed to date. If they're willing to contribute 50-50 on all things, I think we should go for that. If they're not, we should have that discussion. Comments on the draft proposals. I think comments are good, but let's not look for more reasons to delay. If I appreciated your comment about adding comments may just be another reason to delay and move things even slower, and I'm not for that. So if we want to lob some comments across the line, that's fine, but I don't think we need to get responses back. Decision 4, questions about the food forest. So this one's interesting. And the answer to the question, I think, is why are they asking about that? And this is really sensitive, but we moved forward with those in a way that potentially violated CEQA. And everybody's scared about that because potentially the law was broken. And so that's why everybody's dancing around this issue about whether stuff was done or approved or whatever. So let's work collaboratively because they seem to want to do that. And I think we should want to do that. And I think the more that we cause this friction, the more risk that we present to the city. Decision 5, the maintenance cost. We've been doing this maintenance for 30 years. It's good, solid work, but it's not a heavy lift for our excellent public works staff. I think that they can continue to mow the grass. They can continue to collect the trash. That's not a big burden for our public works. We know they're going to continue to do that, right? We're I think, not going to ask them to stop. I might be wrong. But let's just codify that in an agreement. And then the final thing is continue to pursue a lease. They're offering us millions of dollars of land for $1. That seems like the best deal we could possibly get. Why would we not do that? Is the previous lease city manager was at $1 for a year? Or can you confirm that?
Yeah, I think it was $1 for the whole term of the contract.
Yeah, for 20 years, whatever it is. It's negligible, right? So this is not about money. They're offering us a tremendous amount of land, 10 acres, whatever it is. The average value of an acre of land in Marina is about $2 million. If you reduce that by 80% because it's parkland, you're still talking about millions of dollars of parkland that they would be offering for us for 20 cents a year. So yes, I think we're going to do that. I think that's the right thing to do and it makes sense. So those are my takes on the 6 decisions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thanks to everybody. So we're at a witching hour of 6:30. The city attorney says we have a couple options. One is to keep this discussion going to 7, and that would be to push the other open session, the regular city council meeting, until 7. Or we could terminate this now, or we could do something else. Go ahead. Why don't you?
You can also recess this meeting, go into the regular meeting, and then come back to this meeting after you've adjourned the regular meeting.
Okay. I think the public probably would want to hear, and that's the reason we moved this from closed to open. So we probably want to continue that.
So I move we continue this till 7 p.m.
I'll second.
All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Brian, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Brian just said that money is not the issue. And in some ways it's not, and in some ways it's everything. So in the past, the Park District General Manager offered the city to take Lock Padden from them for $1. And the city said no, because our opinion was we were stronger together than alone. If there's 2 agencies supporting the park, it's going to be a better park than if there's only 1 agency. So we did not want to lose them as a partner. They contributed a couple $1,000s here and there to Eagle Scout projects. They contributed to the community garden. They contributed to the Oak Woodland. They contribute every year to Earth Day. And we told them in these site meetings, if you ever get going on Cemex, to turn that into the jewel that the former park, the manager said, Cemex is going to be Marina's jewel. That's where the sand mine is. The sand mine's closed now. The proposal is to turn it into a public park right there on the beach. It should be fantastic for our city. And the Park District, were considered to be the leader, most likely agency to take over that park. So we were telling them, hey, if you make that your investment in Marina, then we'll take Lock Padden. But if you don't invest in Cemex, Lock Padden's pretty much all we got from you, the Park District, where we spend every property owner $100 or whatever every year into the Park District. But we don't get anything back from the Park District unless they give us something. Then we don't see that money. It goes to their other jewels, Paula Corona, Garland Ranch. These are places in Monterey and Carmel. And then they're moving toward Big Sur. They have 14,000 acres. Marina, they got maybe 15 acres. And they don't spend time in Marina except on Earth Day. And occasionally they give a couple grand. And we like that. We like their participation. We want to continue it. But now it's come to the head that few are happy with the park. their safety, the aesthetics. I don't want to repeat myself. So I do want to say that we should get going on the lease that Brian and Jenny and probably everybody want, but it needs to be an intelligent move where the city provides the park district cost estimates of what it's been costing us. And then they move toward a 50-50 share of that. How much time does it take to empty the trash every week? Do everything, mow the lawns, remove the graffiti, check out the, all the issues that go on. It's more than meets the eye, and it costs money. And we want to do better. It's going to cost more money. So I think at least ASAP, we should discuss an agreement with the park district for daily needs to be what we want as a community and what they would want in their park. What do they want at Garden Park? What do they want at Paula Corona? They want it to be the way that some of us want Lock Patton to be, or most of us. How much does that cost? They're the majority landowner. They should have a stake in it. It's not intelligent for us to say, we've paid it every dime for 30 years. We'll keep doing that. And we want to do it better, which is more cost. It's time for us to be partners. And they're wonderful partners, and they know what they're doing. They're great. They have a great legacy. At Lock Patton Park, I think we need that. So provide cost estimates to them, what we incur, agree on how much more we want to do and how much more that would cost. And police is probably the most expensive piece of that, but we'll see. Police, public works, that's pretty much it. But to get it the way we all want it, it's going to be a heavy lift to get their rangers here, to get their maintenance staff here, not just Paula Corona and Garland Ranch and these other landscape properties that they manage. That's where they want to spend their time. They don't want to come all the way here and patrol Lock Patton Park. So maybe they pay us in lieu of, but we need to make sure that we have the money and the time, the labor to do it right. So that's number one. If that's all we got out of tonight, that would satisfy for me the most urgent need. The rest of this is urgent, but not quite as urgent or higher priority. When it comes to the cost sharing of the other priorities, we asked them in March 4th, agree to cost share 50-50 on the most expensive price tag, which is the wetland improvement, in perpetuity and implementation, because that's the big ticket item. That could be millions. If you agree on that, then we can agree to cost share on the small price tag of planning how we're going to do it. The last thing we want to do is spend $500 to $1 million planning something with no agreement on how we're going to pay to do it. So first agree on the big cost. If we can agree we're going to 50-50 share on the big cost, great. Now let's agree to 50-50 share on the little cost. Their letter back to us on April 9th said, we agree to share the little cost, the planning cost. Their letter was silent to sharing on the big cost. Well, then we're going to be put in a bind. In 6 months to 18 months from now, we're going to have a project ready to go that costs millions of dollars to implement. And if they balk or we balk, you all and us should be saying, well, that was a waste of money. You should have known ahead of time who was going to pay for the big ticket item before you spent several $100,000, no small amount, but much smaller compared to implementation and in perpetuity maintenance. Because what we're talking about is what many of you want. Remove the bulrushes so we can see the water, make it healthy, make it feel safe, invite the birds back that are gone because of all the brush. Well, that plan that everybody likes requires maintenance. So if the bulrush is going to be here and over here, but there's going to be open water in between, someone's got to keep the bulrush there and not in the water, and keep the bulrush here and not in the water. Someone's got to maintain the willow trees all around the park the way that we want it. Well, fighting nature forever is going to be expensive because nature is going to continue to move in, and we're going to keep saying, no, bulrush only here and bulrush only here, and these trees, you have to stay trimmed and looking nice. And we're going to help you do that at a big cost to people. And so that's the in perpetuity big ticket item, plus getting in the heavy equipment to remove the bulrush and landscape it architecturally what you want it to be. You're fixing nature the way we want it to be, and then you're keeping it right there. And that's going to be very expensive. And the plan itself will tell us how to do that and how much it's going to cost. And then we're going to say, okay, who's going to pay? We should know up front who's going to pay. So if we agree up front, 50-50 share on the big ticket, and we agree on the little ticket, now we've got something to go on 50-50 sharing. That's the wetland. Now the upland, I thought the city was being gracious and saying, we will pay everything for the upland. If you just let us do some of these community projects we want to do, we'll pay everything. You pay nothing on the upland, on the dry land. that's another issue for us to figure out, but I don't think we're going to figure out tonight. So if all we get out of tonight was get the daily maintenance, the monthly maintenance, get it to be where we want it to be so we can be proud of that part, and then we'll work on these big projects. Secondly, and lastly, I lost my point. I'm sorry for that. It was really an important point. Okay, anyone else to comment? And if I can think of mine, I will. Councilmember Biala?
Okay, so I'll try to go quickly on the 4, 5, and 6 decisions, and there's some other things that are related to that. But decision 4, we obviously need, more information about the Food Forest Children's Sensory Garden and the MLK Junior statue. It's already built, so I'm not quite sure what we need more on that. Maybe a CDP or not. No, we have the CDP. Anyway, I'm not sure what else we need on that, but whatever it is, we need to get those done. And if that means that there's another RFP for the smaller projects, then we should get that done and have it closed and be on with it. Decision 5, how to address the maintenance cost. Okay, so this is kind of tied to decision 6. I'm all in favor of looking at this land transfer, this dollar for, for the whole parcels of the lot 43. But as someone was saying, that it's not just about money. It's not just about getting the money from MPRPD, because in this is that inequity I've been talking about. I think it's unconscionable for us to walk away from considering the smaller projects that are community-based. We wouldn't say, well, gee, we better stop the sports center now or the aquatic center because we have to pour in all the money into the wetlands. We still are accountable to the community that we serve. And so if that means that we sacrifice all of the other projects that we know the community is in favor of. We've talked about this for 2 years. They have talked about it for 2 years. I don't want to see that just be tossed aside like it's inconsequential. It is consequential to the people in our community. So I want to make that very clear. But I do hope that if we got the land transfer for the dollar or whatever it is, that then Marina assumes the liability, which is a huge thing. It's not just that they're generously giving us all this wonderful, expensive land. We assume the liability for the park. That is huge. So I want to just make sure it's not just about money, that they're giving us some gift, and it is a gift. But along with that comes a lot of our accountabilities to serve that land, to keep it up, and to be responsible for lawsuits or whatever happens on that property. So I just want to make sure that, in doing that, we get the authority and the accountability for the land. We don't get that transfer and yet say, well, they can negate something that the community wants. No. It is our responsibility, and the community and how we reach out to the public is what we will do, as we have done all the time. But we are the decision makers for that. And I think that's really important, that if we're handed and gifted this property, that we have the authority as a city of Marina with our constituents to make those decisions and make good on our promises to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what I was going to say that I forgot was Olga and others have talked about prioritization. And so far, the city has $600,000 allocated to the wetland and maintenance of the park and planning for that, and $250,000 to start with the planning on the Asian Garden. Not all $250,000 will be spent, maybe on the planning of the Asian Garden, but that shows you the relevant priorities. $600,000 for non-Asian Garden, $250,000 for Asian Garden. So clearly, there's already a priority in our minds between those. What I would ask, besides getting as soon as possible a lease that's fair and reasonable, or cost sharing for monthly maintenance, is that the Park District answers the points in our letter that they didn't answer in their response. And then I would suggest that we, in our motion today, direct staff to answer their questions that they asked in their April 9th letter to us. And that includes what's up with the food forest? What's up with the MLK? What's up with the Children's Sensory Garden? They're telling us in their letter, they're confused about what those are. Tell us more about them. And give us a full description of them so we know what you're asking to do on our land, on MPRPD Park District land. So keep that communication going because it's progressing. Their comments, the comments in decision 3 about what they're going to talk about tomorrow, I think we at least want to ask them, why are you not including in your scope of work for the wetlands any cost assessments? Why are you not including any maintenance strategies? Because those are going to cost a lot of money, maintaining the wetland, not just doing it, but maintaining what you've done. Whereas for the upland, they have in task for cost estimates and maintenance strategies. Great, it should be there. Those exact words should be in the wetland, because if you don't have cost estimates and maintenance strategies for the expensive big project, you're overlooking that. And it might have just been a slight oversight, but we do need to make sure that they do that they put a cost estimate into their scope of work for their wetland. As far as bundling, which is one of our decisions, I share Councilmember Biala's concern that if we separate wetland from dry land, the wetland will move ahead because the park district really wants it, and so do we. The dry land, the upland, will find reasons to stall. 4 public meetings on the small stuff versus 1 public meeting on the big stuff. So we can see, we can assume where their priorities are. And so that concerns me. But I learned at their last meeting that if you bundle them, you're going to remove the opportunity to get the green, cutting the green tape. You can't say the project is to restore the wetland for the tricolor blackbird to make it ecologically healthy and build an Asian garden and a children's sensory garden and figure out the water that's going to the Martin Luther King garden and do the food forest in the community garden. That's going to say, well, that's not all restoration. Those are very different. So we can cut the green tape on the wetland project, but the green tape cutting isn't really appropriate for the 4 city projects. It's going to delay, make more expensive, and maybe ruin the chance to get that green tape exemption cutting expedition on the wetland projects. So somehow we got to figure out how to not bungle by bundling the 2 projects, not hurting the wetlands, but also not being left out to dry on the dry lands where these public meetings and delays consciously or subconsciously stop what we really want on the dry land. And I'll say that everything that we've done, the library, it took weeds and turned it into a beautiful library. The pollinator gardens all around the library took degraded, nasty land that was ugly, and it made beautiful wildflower gardens you can see today. The Martin Luther King took a nasty, weedy field and turned it into a beautiful Martin Luther King sculpture garden. The Oak Woodland Community Garden is so much fun and it's so beautiful, and people of all ages go there on a weekly basis. Where we put our attention turns that park into a beautiful, safe, lovely place that the public is highly engaged. And so if we keep moving, if we do an Asian American garden, everyone agrees an Asian American garden is beautiful. We disagree on where it should go. But if we were to take that weedy field that has some natural values, but so did the library, and so did the playground, and so did the Oak Woodland and the Martin Luther King, it has some value as foxtails and annual, non-native annual grasses and ice plant and a few telegraph plants that bloom native sunflowers in the summer. It does have some native value, but it's really de minimis. And that's going to be an issue, even though de minimis, when we plan for the Asian garden. We have to describe it and plan for it in a way that recognizes the forage value, the food that it has for tricolor blackbirds that are coming out of the pond. They do need a place to forage. There's other fields in Lock Patton Park, such as between the lower restrooms and the library, a big weedy fieldy slope, just like the Asian garden. and they can forage there. At Fort Ord, they go 2-3 miles to forage, to catch grasshoppers, skipping the grassland where there's grasshoppers right next to their nesting colony, and they go over to Toro School and they harvest grasshoppers there. They come back to their nest. So they could go to the 85 acres of grassland at Marina Station that's going to be restored as natural grassland. There'll be lots of grasshoppers and forage there. The Oak Woodland Community Garden and the Asian Garden will have forage value to that same tricolored blackbird if we do it right. To do it right, you've got to put it into the plan, the project description of the Asian American Garden. It's got to recognize that there's rare plants nearby, but not inside. And it's got to recognize that there's tricolored blackbird outside, but not inside the Asian American Garden. And by recognizing that and compensating for it, it makes the project better, and it makes it go through California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, faster. It saves everybody money and time. So I think that we should try to take more ownership as a city over the upland scope of work, because if we give it to the park district, they're not going to be as on it as we are, because we really want it. And it appears that they're very grudgingly going along if we must. And that's not the way to make it happen fast and efficiently. And they're so excited about the wetland that they're going to do, we trust they're going to do a great job on the wetland because they really want it. And so do we. But if we share, we're partners, we're different owners of the same park, we can do the dry land just as well, maybe better than they can do, because we really want it and we're willing to put money and time into it. And I've talked too long. So I'm going to turn it over to Kathy. Go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, is my light on?
No. Councilmember McAdams?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And you know, when I keep hearing like, they're so excited to do the wetland. Well, no, it's like a disaster. I don't think it's excitement. I think it's like, we need to do something because it's going to not be a wetland soon, as we saw from the CSUMB students, right? And so I'm not sure that that's necessarily like excitement versus like, we have to get this done. So I just, you know, I don't know. So I recall that we asked staff to obtain an estimate for the reed cleaning. So did that ever get, because you're talking about like, you want a partner. Okay, well, we can go up to the partner and say, what, give us a blank check and trust us. So what is that? How much is that?
We don't have that.
We don't know. So that would be like the first step, right? To find out, like, is it $1 million? Is it 5 million? Is it 200,000? Like, we have no idea how much it's going to cost.
We don't.
Okay. So are we doing something about that?
Well, I think that's the first step of trying to understand what that scope of the work is. And then that will determine how much of the reeds or bulrushes or whatever is done. And so we really can't do that until we know what that scope of the project is. And that gets back to the mayor's point of, because we've talked with them, that cost could be significant. And we just haven't heard back whether they're willing to split that cost. And so that's our proposal. Let's split the cost. And we're still waiting to hear back from them on that.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make a small comment?
As soon as Jenny.
So let's split the cost of, we don't know how much. Is anyone finding out how much it's going to cost?
Well,
Like, I feel like we're just going in this circle, right?
It's the catch-22, because we can't tell you what that cost is until we really do the scope of the work and understand really what that is.
And so how does that get done?
Well, that's our proposal, is to split that cost 50-50. That is what they're taking to their board tomorrow, as if they'll split the cost 50-50 for doing the planning work, but they have not said anything about the actual.
Okay, because when we had Allison here, I thought she was working with all the regulatory agencies, going through Fish and Wildlife, Audubon.
Yeah, she came up with that scope of work, 3 different
Okay.
scopes of work. We've provided those to the district. But again, we don't know what that cost is until we
Okay.
actually do it.
Okay, and so for me, what is like, where's the out game, right? Where's the door out? What does that look like? If the city can't afford maintenance, right? Or if we can't afford let's say $2 million to get the park to just basic, like where we could start maintaining it and where it becomes a usable, safe space, what is the out? I mean, if no one has the money, we've been doing this for years, like we might be doing this for another couple of years. Are we engaging, hey, maybe we don't want to sign the lease for the dollar. Maybe go to another partner or Big Sur Land Trust or a Sierra Club. Maybe someone else wants to take this park over. Are we even thinking or talking about that?
We have not had that discussion with anyone. What we have, and is a possibility, is we've talked with State Coastal Conservancy to see if that's a possibility for grant funds, and the district may on their end be exploring grant funds, and so that is one option that we are working on.
Okay. I mean, either way, I don't think that any agency would want to take over the park, especially with like an almost 40% increase in crime and unhoused and all of the shenanigans that are happening there. So regardless, it needs to be brought to just like a basic level of it's a safe park. You can go on like the wood platform and not be scared that somebody's going to jump out, like, stuff like that. So, I think it's important, like when you're asking someone to be a partner, that they know exactly what they're partnering in, right? And so I'm not sure why it's taken us this long to even like get to this point, which is frustrating on another level, but I'm glad to hear that you're going down that road. And so the Parks District, do they understand the importance of the timeline and being efficient?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And do we, the city, understand the importance of the timeline and being efficient?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Well, then I think with that,
On more levels than
great.
people realize.
Okay, perfect. And so one thing I wanted to say just on record, was disappointed that this was like a 24-hour notice. Now we're going to be an open session meeting, because I know that we will hear from a lot of community members who are going to find out later and be unhappy with the fact that they weren't able to participate. This is kind of one of the very first times where we've had this conversation on the dais. And so I really appreciate the Parks District, how they have been modeling transparency, community engagement, being open. And I hope that the city, sees that and follows that path. And so moving forward, I hope that any log pattern conversation, if it's not price and terms, negotiating a lease, that we're in open session. And I want to apologize to the residents that are going to find out later. They had this meeting all of a sudden. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. It looks like we don't want you here. It looks like we're trying to hide something. And I don't like that. So, but I am grateful that we are having this in open session. And I would encourage that, moving forward, we continue to have open session dialogue.
All right. I'll go to Kathy in just a moment. The Park District has had more closed sessions on this than we have. And this was planned to be a closed session on Friday. We wanted the public to be here. So we changed it from closed session to open session. So all we have done is make it more open. Otherwise, it would have been closed session and no one would have hardly come because they wouldn't know what to say, because they wouldn't know what we're going to cover, because it doesn't tell you what we're going to cover, really. But the open session that we're having now was more explained in detail what we're going to cover. And people came ready to talk to what we're going to cover in open session. We're even talking about terms and price right now, which is supposed to be in closed session. So we're being as open as we possibly can, probably to the reverse of what is expected, where terms and price should be in closed session. But why should they be in closed session? If we want to share, cost share, if we want them to pay for certain things, we should be able to say that with respect in open session as well as closed session, so that the people, the 30 people that are here, were able to come and participate is better than it would have been according to Friday's schedule, published agenda, to be a closed session. 5 of us would have been in that closed room over there. They wouldn't have been with us. All this stuff that we've talked with ourselves, they've heard it They participated. They can comment afterward. If it was closed session, it's mum's the word. We can't tell them what we say in closed session, and they're not supposed to ask. Now they know it's been open session, and it's not the first time. Everything we discussed tonight, we discussed for about 3 hours on July 1st of 2025. Exactly. We came up with 8 points, and we communicated those 8 points the next day to the Park District because they had a closed session. So they went into closed session to consider our 8 points that we came up with in public session. And those 8 points are very similar to the points we're thinking about tonight. But we have to engage the process. Kathy, thank you.
I wanted to say I got 2 minutes or whatever. So yeah, so thank you for saying what you were doing, because I felt like in the discussion previously that we were being pressured as a city to know the cost of cleanup. Most of the wetlands is not owned by us. That is the regional park district's property. And so when we feel that we have to come up with the cost for it because we want to be partners, I'm sorry, it's the paradigm shift again. They own the land. Where is their responsibility to also be invested in how much do these things cost? What is this going to look like? It's not just about the city of Marina. And I want to just say, in terms of transparency, we've had 10 meetings with the regional park district, many of which at the end have been closed sessions, and we don't even know what they're speaking about. And we had a year's delay while they were researching whether there was any deed restriction on lot 43. Okay, a process that could have taken 3 months. It was a year, and it was only revealed that there's no deed restrictions on lot number 43, where the Asian American Botanical Garden was proposed, only after the city asked MPRBT to let us know what that 1-year research revealed. So in terms of partnership and transparency, I think that it's not just that we have lack of transparency. I don't want us to come away with a distorted idea of this process of partnership. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're going to go to Brian next, but we have 7 o'clock witching hour. What's the council's direction?
I move that we go to 7:07 at the latest, enough time for us to make a motion and be transparent about what we're voting on tonight and move on.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, please proceed, Brian.
Well, I guess I'll start with a motion. I would like for the public to understand how we feel about, in particular, the 2 issues of the wetlands and the lease tonight. So I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to engage collaboratively on the wetlands project at Loch Padden, given our shared values and goals, express that interest to the park district, but not commit to funding until we understand what the total cost would be. And that we move to direct staff to work with the park district to prepare an interim 4-year lease within 14 days in response to the expiration of the previous lease in order to restore clear management responsibility, prevent further disrepair of the park, and prevent the city of Marina operating on someone else's land, which presents its own risk without a lease.
Can you repeat that that point?
Move to direct, I'll shorten it and then make the comment later, but move to direct staff to work with Park District to prepare an interim 4-year lease agreement within 14 days in response to the expiration of the previous lease.
In response to that. Okay,
that's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. I would like to make a substitute motion, starting with the same one. Your point number 1 was to direct staff to engage with the Park District staff to move ahead with the wetlands scope of work. Same there. Your second point, well, my second point is going to be different. My second point is that we get the district to agree, we ask the district to agree to implementation and long-term maintenance cost sharing, as well as what they've already agreed to, which is the shorter, smaller planning effort. So my second one is that we get some certainty, some clarity that they're willing to cost share on the big ticket items. Thirdly, that we ask them once again to answer those points in our letter that went unanswered, and that we direct staff to reply to them their questions in their letter to us, that April 9th letter they sent us, and that regarding their scope of work tomorrow night, it's on their agenda, that they please include the wetland cost estimates and maintenance strategies similar to how they included those items for the dry land. The last thing I think I want is according to your 4-year lease, is that we ASAP direct the staffs to come up with a lease that cost shares the maintenance, and that our staff lets them know what it costs us to do it. And then they decide how much more we want to do even better job, but that we get a lease ASAP to cost share the ongoing maintenance, time and labor, or some combination thereof. If they don't want to put their labor here, then they can pay the city in lieu of, but they might prefer to send their rangers here and their maintenance staff here to work with our maintenance staff. There's nothing better than seeing staff, police, public works, firefighters on lock pattern because you think that's getting attention. And to see their staff would be also just as exciting, that their staff is walking through their bushes, contacting the homeless and letting them know what the rules are. That would be a breath of fresh air. So I'll repeat my motion. Number one, as Brian's motion, was to direct staff to engage with the wetland scope of work and get that done. Number two, to get an agreement on cost sharing for the big ticket items that we've discussed, maintenance and implementation of the wetlands. And then 3, that we ask them to answer the points in our letter that were unanswered. That's our March 4th letter. And that we direct staff to answer their questions in their April 9th letter to us. And then that we ask them tomorrow to modify their scope of work for the wetland to include cost estimates and maintenance strategies similar to what they've done in their scope of work for the uplands. And that's it.
Could you repeat the piece on the lease? I'm not sure I understood.
Yeah, it was to direct staff ASAP to work with their staff to come up with a maintenance lease that shares the cost of maintenance, time and labor, or some combination that's fair.
I would move to split the question. So only because I can't support that piece. I mean,
No, mine was a substitute motion.
I understand, but
So-
under Robert's Rules of Order, there's a motion to split the question, which means you have to take each one of those items separately.
Right, but right now there's a motion on the floor, so we can split the question, but first let's see if there's a second to the second motion, to the substitute motion.
I second, and I also want to add a friendly amendment.
Okay, and now Brian wants to make a motion to split the question. Kathy wants to add a friendly amendment. Which has precedence? Which should we do address first?
Depends on what the friendly amendment.
Right.
Just clarify.
Okay,
I'll
let's
withdraw
go.
my motion until.
Okay, let's
And I
go.
have a friendly amendment too.
Okay, friendly amendment to the substitute motion.
Okay, I want some language in that gives recognition to advancing the scope of work on number 2. So I don't know if it's simply that they support an RFP or identify some specific definitive action related to advancing our 4 or 5 projects on the upland terrestrial area.
Lane, can you work with Kathy on that? I mean, right now to kind of explain how that might work so we could put it in the motion.
I mean, we are considering the RFP later, but you can't split it out. I mean, you're talking about everything else but, so I think we need to jump ahead and incorporate something with that. I don't feel comfortable voting on anything about these 6 decisions.
So you're talking about just the 4, not the wetlands. Is that-
Well, we're focusing almost exclusively on the wetlands in this motion, and we need something that attests to the advancing the project of scope of work of not projects 2 in the terrestrial upland. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think just direction to continue to work with the district to,
Yeah, but I want something definitive because otherwise continue to work. We're already having debates about how the scope of work on 1 and 2 is being worded. And if we just say we're going to continue to work, we might as well not even have it in. Or do we say that we expect them to identify a specific definitive action to advance the terrestrial uplands.
They've made their position clear on it. They're taking it to their board. There are two different scopes. We've made our position clear that we want those four, we've put all five together, but I think the council is saying you split those. And so our four projects, we've made it clear that we want those approved by the district.
Okay, if we've made it clear and we're making a motion about that, then let's restate that in this motion.
So your friendly amendment could be stated that in our motion, we direct our staff to communicate to them that we urge them to stay on track with the upland scope of work equally with the wetland scope of
Of the
work.
four projects that the four projects in this, does that include the Asian
Yeah.
garden too?
Yes.
I'm going.
So,
Yeah.
I'll
Point
accept
of
that.
order.
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion to continue until the end of this item.
okay. We'll probably be done by 7:15. We have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Discussion on the motion. I would say, no, we need a time certain. We draw these things out for
Okay,
another
yeah.
30.
I'll make a motion. We continue to 7:15 if needed. I don't think
Second.
you need that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, please proceed, Kathy.
Okay, so you were talking.
I was saying that the sixth piece of my motion would be your friendly amendment that we direct staff to urge MPRPD to proceed expeditiously as possible with both scopes.
Well, we've already talked about the scope one already, so I want to specifically call out scope two.
Okay, that we urge them to expeditiously progress with scope two.
Scope two, the four projects that the city has already identified. You have to put that
Yeah,
in.
that's scope two.
No, they're
It's the
searching for
upland and
alternatives.
terrestrial. Oh, I see. Okay, so
So
please.
for projects proposed by the city of Marina.
Okay, Lane, so now there's more clarification here that the friendly amendment is to urge expeditious progress on the four city projects.
And their position that they're taking to their board is they want to go through a public process minimum of 4 meetings to determine the Asian American garden. And so if that's their position, if you're satisfied with that,
No, she's absolutely not satisfied
then
because
so then we need something more specific. That's their position.
So if what we're asking them as a counter offer essentially is to say that we want some definitive action defined by them that covers the four projects going forward.
they would say their definitive action is 4 meetings, a scoping process that
well-
includes alternatives to the Asian garden.
Well, we don't know what they're going to say. Everything that we've been talking about are things that they may not have agreed with in the first place. That's why we're counter proposing.
Well, they said in task 3, develop 3 to 4 conceptual alternatives for the upland areas.
Yeah.
So the Asian garden and the city projects would probably be one alternative. And there might be other ideas of what to do with the Asian American proposed site. That's what they're saying right now.
So point of order, like, what are we doing? Are we making a motion or a?
Your
Yes.
point of order is well taken. What we're doing is trying to flesh out a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay,
Something that includes some consideration of the four projects that the city of Marina has already vetted and approved and funded.
So would you want to give a deadline of say 2 months or 3 months to get approval from them? Is that what you're
No.
looking for?
That would be fine.
Okay, Lane, can you restate that?
Say the city wants a deadline within 3 months of decision on the 4 projects.
Well, then that's just pushing them to say no.
can I make a substitute on the substitute motion?
Yeah, you can have right now as many as you want, but tonight we're going to talk about limiting it to 3, but we don't have 3 yet. So
Great.
yes, you can.
Okay, and then,
But we're in the middle of building this motion. So as soon as this
Oh,
motion is
okay.
built, then you're able to do that. So we're stuck on the friendly amendment. Have you and Lane figured out something that you agree with?
I think we should give it a shot and we define on those 4 projects that we want some definitive answer or how did you word it?
I just threw out it maybe you could
A
just say you
decision.
just want a definitive decision from them of when they'll make a decision. Right now, they've said they'll
No,
do a
I
minimum
want a
of.
definitive decision, not a definitive decision about their decision.
So tell me.
Okay, so we 3 to 4 months to let us know about a decision related to the 4
All right.
project.
Well, I think it's less confrontational if you say 4 months, because they're already saying approximately 5 months.
Okay, that's fine.
And that would be consistent with their scope of the wetland work, which is much more complicated, but they're projecting
Right.
4 months on that.
Good.
Okay, so the sixth and final project piece of mind, unless there's other friendlies, is that we urge them to change their scope of work to be 5 months in duration from notice to proceed instead of, I'm sorry, 4 months instead of 5 months. Okay. Now, there's a second hold.
Could you repeat that though? Could you just repeat that last?
Yeah,
one?
that friendly amendment was that we urge the Park District to change their schedule on scope 2 to be 4 months from notice to proceed instead of approximately 5 months.
Okay, but you've not identified the 4 projects that.
Well, that's in, oh, okay.
I want you to say that.
Well, they're listed, Asian American Hybrid Garden,
So
Food
then just
Forest.
say it. Just add that. Just add the.
It's
name
already
of
in
the-
there. It's listed.
So the 4 projects are MLK Sculpture Garden, Oak Woodland Garden and Food Forest #2, Asian American Gardens #3, and Children Century Garden is #4.
And that's the objective of scope number 2. We're just playing with the duration of the project, not the scope,
No,
because
I
we
don't
like the
agree.
scope.
I don't agree with that, but I just put.
Okay.
the 5.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna move on, changing that to 4 months notice. And does the second hold?
Oh, yes, of
Okay.
course.
All right, now let's go to Jenny, who.
Great.
I think we had, Brian, did you want to make us split the vote? Okay, Jenny?
Well, so I'm going to make a substitute to the substitute, which is going to split the vote. And this is what I can accept. And then everything else, like, I would appreciate the separate vote. So my substitute is like sort of the substitute to split the vote. Does that make sense?
Your motion.
So I move that we accept the dual track path, accept the 50-50 cost sharing with the not to exceed amount to be determined by staff at a later date.
Of what?
The cost sharing of the 2 scopes that's in the
Okay.
packet. And then accept 1 and 2 as is in the packet per the letter from the Parks District, which is the wetland habitat enhancement planning and CEQA. And then the initial study upland terrestrial portions of the park. So taking those 4 things.
I only see 3. Oh, the 4 city projects?
Oh, I'm sorry. Correct. You're 3. Correct. Taking those 3 things and approving those. And then you all can like hash out all this other stuff, but I would like to see action on these 3 items. And I think that
Okay.
collectively we could do that.
So we have a motion, a substitute motion, number 2. Is there a second? Okay, if there's no further discussion, let's go to the second substitute motion first.
Okay, I have a question. So on the 2 scopes, you want to just accept it as is?
Yes.
Meaning that there's 1 public hearing for the wetlands and 4 at a minimum for the smaller projects on the scope of the
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I can't agree to that.
Okay.
Okay, we said we go to hard stop 7:15. I motion we go to 7:20.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Please proceed, Kathy. Do you have anything more?
I don't know how to include that, that there are, that we need a more definitive review of scope 1 and 2. You made 1 that we should take some of the language of scope 2 and fold it in also. That's 1. I have an objections to one public hearing for wetlands and 4+ for the smaller projects.
Well, if it's done within 4 months, I think they're not going to have 4 public meetings in 4 months, but they might. I doubt it.
I see. Okay. So, okay. So, but she's not including that.
No, but she has a substitute motion that's
Okay,
different
got
than
it.
the other two motions.
Okay,
on the
got it.
floor.
Okay.
So let's go to Jenny's substitute motion first, which is accept the dual track as proposed, accept the 50-50 cost share of the 2 scopes of work as proposed, and accept the scopes of work as written in 1 and 2 in the packet.
And just discussion on the motion on item 2, the 50-50 cost sharing, there's a not to exceed to be determined by staff at a later date. So
Okay.
I
Not to
would-
exceed, to be determined.
Yes. And then in the packet, Councilmember Biala, the 4 small workshops, I just assume that it's one of each for the 4 small projects.
I don't think so. But it's not specified, so.
Okay, so then I'm happy to specify that in my motion, that in number 2, scope of work, the 4 workshops, 1 to be assigned to each smaller project. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Okay, and I will add that to my motion as the 7th piece if the maker holds it. So up to the second holds. Okay. All right, so we go to the 4-point motion by Jenny. It's our substitute motion number 2. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no.
No.
No. Okay, that motion fails 3-2 with council members McAdams and McCarthy supporting it. Now we will go to the first substitute motion. Would anyone like me to read those 7 pieces to it? Piece number
And I
1.
would make a motion to split the question on that.
Okay. Do you want me to read the motion now?
I might as well just take each piece individually. I think is probably more efficient.
Okay, so how does the split the motion work? Do we have to do it or we vote on whether to do it?
I mean, you as chair can go ahead and take each one.
Right. So I think I've not done it before. So when you say split the motion, I have 7 pieces to this motion. You're saying vote on each one of the pieces? Is that what you mean by split the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, I believe I'm looking it up now. Another member must second it. Chair opens it for brief consideration. Board votes on majority vote whether to allow this split or
The split. Okay, I think it's gonna take a lot longer to hash out each point, but that's your motion. And if you have a second, then we will vote on whether to split the motion. Is there a second to split the motion?
Second.
Okay. Now we'll vote on whether to split the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
yes.
Aye.
Thank you. All opposed, please say no.
No.
No. Okay, that motion fails. So now we're going to the substitute motion that's on the floor. Does anyone want me to read the 7 points?
Yes.
Number 1, direct staff to engage with Park District staff to move forward on the wetlands project. Number 2, that we direct staff to seek cost sharing on the wetlands, including the long-term maintenance and implementation. Number 3, we request answers from the Park District on the unanswered questions from our March 4th letter. Number 4, that we provide answers to the Park District's April 9th letter. Number 5, that we urge the Park District to include wetland cost and maintenance strategies in their scope of work number 1, similar to the language they used for their scope of work number 2, the dry land. Number 6, that we urge the Park District to change the schedule for scope 2 to be 4 months from notice to proceed instead of approximately 5 months. And lastly, that there be, if there are 4 workshops, that there be 1 workshop per each of the city's projects. Those are the 7 points of the substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, could
Yes.
I
Kathy?
make a amendment or a friendly amendment, I guess. So I liked Council Member McAdams' idea of if they're going to pursue the four here, the additional workshops, then 1 be devoted to each one of the projects. And that would suffice, and we can maybe say or in terms of how we specified it, we can say or that 4 of the hearings are, and it can't be they word it as a minimum. So we're saying, no, 4 hearings and 1 for each of the projects. Okay, can we add
Yeah,
that?
it
in?
was that we urged 4 workshops, 1 per project. That's what's
Yeah,
in the
okay,
motion.
yes.
And so discussion on the motion?
Sure.
So I just want to be clear, we're not accepting the dual track path, accepting 50-50 cost sharing with the not to exceed, or we're not doing anything out of the 6 decisions. We're really not doing any of those, right?
We're doing both of those, but without a not to exceed. That's the only thing that's not in here.
Point of order. Robert's Rules of Order, that's not how this works. When a motion is made, you're done. A motion was approved. I mean, I respect that we still have business to do. That's not how we should be.
Well, discussion on the motion is part of, before you go to a vote.
No, but there was a second motion and it was approved. We're done. Like,
No. The only approved,
This is substitute.
we've not voted on
Yeah.
the substitute motion.
we did vote on your substitute motion.
Second substitute.
We voted no on her substitute motion.
No, but it's still a substitute motion. It's,
Right, and
yeah.
it died, it failed 3-2. So now we go to the next substitute motion. And then if that fails, we go to the original.
You're right.
motion.
I apologize. Yes.
That's okay. It's complicated. All right.
Okay, so I just want to be clear that out of the 6 things tasks that staff wanted direction and or motion action on, we're doing 2 of them?
Where we're doing the 2 that were in your motion, which is accept the dual track. We're not saying that, but by saying everything else we said, we're going the dual track, and we're cost sharing 50-50. We were specific to say, including on the wetland implementation and maintenance, which are the big ticket items that we're missing from their letter. So we're doing the 2 things that were the first 2 major things in your packet. Anyway, that's the motion. Okay. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no.
No.
I'm abstaining just because I don't really understand. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, so thank you, everyone. That motion passes 3-1 with 1 abstention from Councilmember McCarthy, and the no was from Councilmember McAdams. Whew. Okay, thank you, public, for coming to this open session. It was much more lively and engaging than our closed sessions are when we're sandwiched in a little room without you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our open session, and we're going to start with a moment of silence and a pledge.
I forgot
Erica.
about that.
Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? Please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance after the moment of silence.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Erica, for being a good sport. Okay, special presentations. Do we have the mental health proclamation? I haven't seen it. Is anyone here to receive the mental health proclamation? Why don't we postpone that to the next meeting? The Building Safety Month proclamation. Ishmael, are you going to receive that? Is anyone here to receive that?
No, they're only on Zoom now. So
Oh, they're on Zoom.
yes,
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do that one.
our chief building official, Bill, is online for that one.
I am here.
Public Works, Brian, is that you?
No.
Yeah, the commission.
Can you offer that, please?
All right, I'm going to get started by reading the Building Safety Month proclamation, whereas the city is committed to recognizing that the growth and strength depend on safety and a central role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play both in everyday life and when disasters strike. And whereas confidence in the resilience of these buildings make up our community is achieved through devotion and of vigilant guardians. Whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment. These modern building codes and standards include safeguards that protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. Building Safety Month is sponsored by ICC to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of Public Safety, our code officials who assure us safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. Whereas built to last, the theme for Building Safety Month of 2026 encourages all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. Each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided by all the state, local, and tribal, territorial, federal building safety and fire prevention departments in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Marina Council do hereby claim the month of May 2026 as Building Safety Month. Accordingly, I encourage our citizens to enjoy as we participate in Building Safety Month activities. And I abbreviated that just for everybody's business benefit. But
Thank you.
there's no one here to accept this, I don't believe.
Nope.
Bill online.
A bill online.
I'm on Zoom. Can you hear me?
Bill, if you'd like to say a few words, yeah.
Sure, I'll keep it brief, and thank you, Mr. McCarthy, for abbreviating that and reading that. Mayor Delgado, members of the City Council, City Manager, colleagues, community members, good evening. I am your Chief Building Official, Bill Moritz. I'm in our state capitol actually this evening, both in reality and virtually as well, and ahead of meetings with state legislators tomorrow, where I will be advocating for building safety measures across our great state of California. The City of Marina's mission is rooted in protecting our natural setting while fostering safe, balanced, and thriving community. Tonight's proclamation recognizes May 2026 as Building Safety Month and directly reflects that mission. Building safety is fundamental to creating safe environments, supporting economic viability, and ensuring the long-term resilience of our homes, businesses, and infrastructure. And this proclamation also acknowledges the dedicated professionals and in particular the outstanding city staff, including administrative assistants, permit technicians, building inspectors, and code enforcement personnel who I'm very proud of, who work year-round to safeguard our community and uphold the values Marina is committed to as it continues to grow. With that, I appreciate you reading the proclamation, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. We really appreciate your presentation tonight, your
Thanks.
presence tonight. And thank you, Brian. Now we're going to go council and staff announcements. Staff, do you have any that you'd like to share with us tonight? All right, council. Any announcements? Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I have my vote by mail sticker on and just want to encourage all of the residents to vote, even though it doesn't seem like a very exciting election. There are some important positions that we will be voting for as far as assembly, our superintendent of schools for Monterey County, and the California governor, and the superintendent of schools for the state of California. So please vote. We have an official ballot box. Miss Anita, do we have one in front of the community center? Yeah, so look for the flag, look for the Monterey County Office of Elections flag, and you can drop your ballot safely in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, let's move to public comment. Anything on our consent agenda, please comment on that if you wish. And anything else that's on your mind that's not on the remainder of tonight's agenda. If you'd like to speak, please, we'll start with the people in this room. I'm wondering why you were here. Now I get to find out.
Hello. Thank you all. My name is Ryan Trundle. I am on the executive committee of your local Sierra Club chapter, Ventana. Also, fourth generation from the area. My family moved here in 1920, so we've seen a lot of changes. Sierra Club, we support diversity, equity, inclusion, and getting people outside, which is why we have pledged $100,000 for the Asian American Gardens and are very excited about helping with the project. Let's see here. So I guess it's been more than 2 years and 16 meetings, and people from Carmel Valley, Marina, everywhere have come to support this. I'm not sure what's taking so long. Talking about plot 43, this old farmland is not old growth redwoods that we're going to cut down to, make a parking lot. We're turning some plot of land into something beautiful. There's already a playground, a statue, a library there, of course. And the original plan for this wasn't to keep Lock Patton Park behind a glass case. It's to people get out and enjoy it, which was that would do. Let's see, we can absolutely protect our nature and restore the park without turning our backs on the garden that celebrates the very hands that helped build this community. Executive Committee of the Sierra Club Ventana chapter supports this because it's the right thing to do for our diverse community. To be honest, the delays and hoops that have been asked to jump through for this starting to feel a bit like a cold shoulder. We don't need more research or outreach. The people have already spoken about this for a couple of years now, and it's time to get something done. So we're asking you all to expedite this and let it get on its way, since it's already approved and funded by y'all too. That's all I've got. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Anyone else present that would like to speak to public comment? Let's go online. We have one hand up so far, and that is Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Hi. So are we going to have public comment at the rules change, or do I need to comment now?
Consent is time for now. Now's the time for consent items.
Thank you. The Zoom crash couldn't have happened at a better time, huh? So besides Zoom crash, and there is a hybrid between Roberts and the other set of rules. Anyway, I'd like to actually see more discussion before you actually vote to go one way or another. Public needs to be educated on it.
Excuse me, Denise. This is for consent, and that's an action item number 13D that you're
And that's
commenting
what
on.
I
the
asked,
rules.
and you said consent.
Yeah,
So,
that's right.
So, okay.
Anything that's not consent, you can comment on.
Anything that's not consent, I will talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else online that would like to comment on consent or other items on the agenda? Let's go to Greg Fury. Welcome back, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listen, about a year and a half ago, I think it was, we had a meeting over at the hotel over there, Harvey's Casino. I can't remember what it's called, Spring Hill Marriott. And there were three members present. The mayor was there, Councilmember Vischer and Councilmember McCarthy were there. And we were talking about money and how to improve services, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the issues I brought up, I really thought that maybe somebody had listened. I know Councilmember Vischer said, we should go to a budget meeting. I'm thinking, you guys are getting $2,000 a month. You guys are the experts now. But the ideas are what I wanted to present, and I still want to present. Two things. One is you really ought to look at consolidating your fire services. If you want to look at a study, look at the Rose study. It's probably 30 years old, maybe 35, from Claremont College. I feel it's absolutely idiotic to have individual little departments scattered all over North County here. The cost and the cost savings you would realize if you looked at streamlining some of those things, I think you would be impressed by if you did an analysis and had a couple of council members involved in that. That's number one. Take a look at CAL FIRE. Take a look at what Monterey's done. Take a look at anything you can that would give you a good model. Before I promoted up here, I came from Riverside. When I left there were about 100 fire stations, 34 cities. LA County has a very similar model. On every engine in that county, in Riverside County, CAL FIRE staff, there was a paramedic. We don't have paramedics on the engines in Marina. I still don't understand why. I'll give you an example. Pebble Beach, CAL FIRE staff, 3,500 people, paramedic on the engine. paramedic on 2 engines because there's 2 stations that service it. So that's 2 engines. Carmel, City of and Valley have transport ambulances. They've had paramedics quite a long time. After Cal Fire, staff with paramedics, Pacific Grove and Monterey followed. Monterey's got 6 stations, 2,800 people. We have 24,000. They had 28,000. PG has 14,000. They have 1.5 paramedics, you might say. Cypress Fire Protection, the unincorporated area around Carmel. Cal Fire staff, 7,600 people, paramedics. Carmel Highlands, Cal Fire staff, 3,000 people, paramedic. You have 1 paramedic on a transport ambulance that is run by a private company that is for profit. You cannot control how quickly they will backstaff into a situation when that paramedic goes to the hospital. I talked to several old colleagues. I've been retired quite a while. And I asked them, in your service, current and past, what's the critical difference between having a paramedic there with 1,400 hours of training versus an EMT with 170? Not to diss EMTs. They said 5 to 10% of the time, it's life-saving. Life-saving. How important is this? I think it's critical for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good discussion. We encourage you to meet with our current fire chief, and we're hiring a new one soon to get on her plate or his plate as soon as possible with your ideas. Okay. Anyone else online would like to comment? Please raise your hand before we close public comment. All right. Thank you, everyone, for commenting. I didn't have any questions that I noted. Did any other council members note any questions or staff that I missed? All right. Let's move then to our consent agenda. Does any staff member wish to pull anything for deep discussion or have brief questions, comments? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
This probably should be evident, but I want to say it for the record. I think the only consent agenda item is this police vehicle purchase, but after it keeps using the term lease at 12,000 miles a year, $113,000. But after a year, for $113,000, we own the vehicle, right? It's ours. Okay. That was my only clarifying question. Thank you.
And this is a good example of how I can help make meetings shorter by asking the question I'm about to ask offline instead of taking everyone's time. So all of the questions we ask that we could ask ahead of time saves us time. So if we want to shorten our meetings, don't do what I'm about to do. Is this covered, the money we're spending on these vehicles, is that coming out of the vehicle set aside reserve?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So it's really a good program where every time we buy a vehicle, we start putting money every year to replace it when it's going to be time. And so here we are replacing 2 vehicles. Doesn't cost us a lot of money because we've been saving up for it, and now we're going to spend it.
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second. All in favor to accept the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, staff, for putting that consent agenda together. And we'll move on to public hearing regarding short-term rentals.
Thank
Who's
you,
going
Mayor.
to channel
And I will
Rose Energy?
accuse myself from this item, but participate as to my own interests.
Okay. Guido is going to spirit his own energy. Hello, Guido. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Trying to get the slideshow started. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So, third time's a charm, hopefully. Really just made some really small clarifying edits to the ordinance based on the last couple meetings. We clarified the ADU property carve out. Basically, the council reinserted the planning commission's recommendation, allowing property owners to obtain an STR permit if the ADU was built prior to 2020. And we just further clarified the definition of one family to allow ADU STRs within the properties that have one family. So that really is it for today. Renee's been very instrumental in helping to get these final edits. He did a deep dive into some of the ADU laws. So I would ask if the council has super clarifying questions to ask him those directly, and just appreciate the city attorney's assistance. And that concludes my very brief presentation.
Thank you, Guido, for all your work on this and your team that's helped you. Let's go to public comment first with those in the room. Anyone with comments, please come back. Good evening, Sean. I thought we might have covered what you wanted, but we'll find out.
Mostly. Hello, my name is Sean McDonald, and thank you for that. Yeah, I think that is largely covering. I'm a Marina resident and short-term rental permit holder. As noted previously, I took part in the process of forming the current ordinance in 2019. At the time, I made clear the specific situation to the city council and city staff, and also made clear that we were compliant with the new ordinance as it was created. We have an ADU that was permitted in 2019, and this was part of the property where I make my home. We rent out the main home throughout the year, and the ADU is vacated to rent to travelers for part of the year when the travel is heavier. In 2019, the council put into motion a process that we depend on for our income. I fully support efforts by the proposed ordinance to make it more challenging for non-residents to try to rent their homes as an STR. However, I would ask the council to consider making a few small changes that would make a significant difference to those of us as Marina residents that have been following the rules all along. The changes I would propose are for the STR permit holders with an ADU permitted prior to 2020, as noted here, to also be able to rent the main home and ADU both concurrently and at separate times, and also not be limited to the 180-day limit. Making these changes to the proposed ordinance would align them with what was allowed and made clear during the process of creating the current ordinance back in 2019, and not harm permit holders who have followed the rules from the beginning. The timing of the proposed changes of the STR ordinance has been especially stressful for our family. Over the last 15 months between our two kids, they have been admitted to hospital 4 times. While we have an appeal in process as of this afternoon, we are still awaiting finalization of hospital charges in excess of $68,000 for just one of those emergency admissions to an out-of-network hospital. This doesn't include hospital charges nor ambulance fees for a transfer to Stanford that are either waiting to be billed or not billed yet. Fortunately, our kids are doing well now, and after seeking the service they needed. However, financially, we are unsure of where we stand. I would ask that you allow us and other Marina residents in our situation to continue as we have done over the last 7 years. My wife is a military veteran, and I am a Peace Corps veteran. We spent 15 combined years as educators in Marina. We tried to do the right things and follow the rules. What brought STR ordinance back to the council all these years later was not our actions. Please allow us to maintain the status quo with our home while strengthening enforcement on those not following the rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for all your engagement through this issue over the years.
Would it be okay if I approach with just a handout?
Sure.
Yeah.
And anyone else in the room that would like to speak to this issue, please come on up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and the members of the City Council. My name is Athena Burciaga, pronoun she, her, ella, and I am a candidate for Marina's 4th City Council District. I'm here tonight to speak on item 11A, the proposed amendments to section 17.42.170 governing short-term rentals, specifically to oppose the carve-out that would exempt ADUs approved before January 1st, 2020 from the STR prohibition. I want to start by saying I support the overall direction of this ordinance. Strengthening Marina's short-term program to protect neighborhood integrity and housing affordability is the right goal. But the pre-2020 carve-out undermines that goal in a meaningful way. For the neighborhood impact of an Airbnb unit has nothing to do with when it was built. An ADU taken off the long-term rental market in 2018 creates the same housing shortage problem as one taken off the market in 2022. The research is clear on this. Peer-reviewed studies from across the country consistently show that short-term rentals reduce long-term housing supply and drives up rent for everyone in the surrounding neighborhood. Drawing the line at 2020 does not change that reality. Second, this carve-out would permanently create 2 classes of neighbor: those who can operate on STR and those who cannot. Can operate an STR. Based on an arbitrary date, that's a difficult standard to justify fairly. The glare is getting in the way. And it will only generate conflict and confusion in our neighborhoods for years to come. Third, I'd note that California state law already drew this line at January 1st, 2020 for a good reason. The state restricted newly approved ADUs from STRU specifically to address the housing affordability crisis. The carve-out this council is considering effectively softens a protection that state lawmakers put in place deliberately. Marina should be strengthening that protection, not creating exceptions to it. Finally, if the concern is fairness to longstanding ADU owners, the ordinance already includes a 50 permit cap citywide. That cap provides a natural built-in way to accommodate some of those owners without writing a permanent exemption into law. I urge the council to remove the pre-2020 carve-out and apply the ADU prohibition uniformly. A clean, consistent rule is easier to enforce, fair to all residents, and most closely aligns with the goals this ordinance is trying to achieve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Athena, and best wishes with your campaign.
Mayor, City Council Brian McCarthy, resident of Marina, speaking as to my own interest. Didn't really plan to talk, but I think the previous speaker has some really good points that really should be considered. But at the same time, I used the word kind of off-ramp at the last meeting. I think of families who are impacted literally almost overnight by your action tonight. And so I just think that whatever action you take should be methodical, should consider, people's, I guess, individual circumstances. And at the same time, I think there's a couple of really interesting points. One, remember that short-term rentals apply to college kids that might have their friends stay with them for 2 weeks for $50, even for the 2 weeks, right? That's a short-term rental. And so some of the implications are more broad than we might really generally think about. This is the fourth time I think that you guys are hearing this. It'd be nice to kind of move on. And I think that you and the Planning Commission have really been thoughtful about how to implement some provisions that make enforcement a lot easier, which was the primary initial concern. So yeah, I would just urge you to move on and not draw it out longer, but at the same time, think about off-ramps maybe in the future if legislatively you think that it presents a housing problem. What I will say is that remember that developers who built these ADUs prior to 2020 did so without a carrot, right? They did so on their own dime and did so to provide extra housing stock when they didn't get the incentive, right, of the ADU laws. And so there is kind of that distinction. And I think that perhaps those builders that took that risk, shouldn't be hit with that stick, when they didn't get the carrot. And I think I said that in my letter that I presented to you last week. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Anyone else in public, in person that wants to speak? We'll go online. Anybody online that would like to speak, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands. We'll close public comment and come back to council, beginning with Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, I wanted to ask staff, and I think I asked the last time. Hi, Guido. Thank you. So staff knows exactly how many of these ADUs exist in the city of Marina that were built before 2020. It's like a small number, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact number. It's a small number though. So
Like less than 10?
It's probably more than 10 because we've done quite a few since 2020. I mean, it's 10 to 20.
Okay, but for enforcement purposes, you do have a list of these specific addresses of the one that were built prior to this date. Is that correct?
We have not generated that list yet, but we can certainly come up with that list. So.
Okay, and then do any of these that have short-term rental licenses, are they going to sort of sunset themselves out because of the zone of exclusion? Like, are they densed in one area? Does that make sense?
I think there were a couple that when the zone of exclusion takes effect 15 months from now, there will be a couple, but a majority of them will be okay.
I see Marissa raised her hand. Okay, and then, I think for me, I agree with what the member of the public said. Like, ADUs are specifically built to sort of provide opportunities for renters, right? And so, this work has taken a long time, and I'm grateful to where we are, right? And sometimes you have to sort of hold your nose on on one issue or whatever. And I get the majority of the council wants to go this way, but I do have concerns that it will be confusing for someone who has an ADU, and maybe they know someone who's renting out their ADU and doesn't understand, well, how come, mine was built this day? I don't know. It does seem hypocritical. However, like if that's how we're going to get these other improvements to the policy, which for me are more meaningful, then I'm happy to move to accept this as is.
Thank you, Jenny. If there's anything you don't like, this is our last chance to make a motion.
I know, but I'm happy to move for approval though, because we've just worked so hard to get to where we are, and it's just time. I'm
Okay.
fine. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the public who spoke. And it's heartbreaking to hear the story. So I'm glad to hear that the children are doing better. Just another, one more remark. It's not an arbitrary date. The date was when the ADU law became in effect. So anybody who built after that, they did have the incentives. They did have now they have the pre-approved plans. And I agree, we need housing. We need housing. But we also need to be fair for the people who built their ADUs thinking that they could rent them out as short-term rentals. So it's a give and take. So thank you for making the motion.
All right, thank you. And Marissa Huntley, we were trying to give you an opportunity. Did you have input tonight?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marissa. Okay, so I'm not hearing any suggestions to change away from the recommendation. We had the public hearing. Thanks to everyone who spoke. Shout out to Sean for again and again. Are you still here, Sean? Thank you. As it is tonight, you're not going to get, it doesn't look like, these additional changes. And the additional changes you ask for are because you're built your ADU prior to 2020, you would like to get a further change that would address your pre-2020, that you could rent your main home and your ADU at the same time and at separate times, and that you not be limited to 180-day, which to me means you could have parties renting your, external families, visitors, guests renting your property 360 days a year, right? I shouldn't be asking, I'm sorry. Yeah. And I think that the 100-day limit was expressly trying to ensure that people will be living in their home for 180 days. And so I guess I'll ask Guido, how, Guido, can a family be a primary residence and rent out their property more than 180 days? Is it that they will live in one of those units at least 6 months of the year, but more than 6 months of the year, at least one of those units could be rented to private parties? Is that what we're talking about here?
I'm not really, the 180-day rule comes from the county assessor. We're trying to balance supporting STR permit holders while also The whole intent of this process, going back to the August 6th meeting with the council, was the direction from the full council was to find ways to strengthen the ordinance to protect neighborhoods in the marina. And so the 180 days was something we grabbed from other cities, that you have to prove you live in the property. And so it seemed like a very objective, clear way to meet the council objectives, while also strengthening the ordinance.
Okay. So it's my understanding that
So,
if I own a property.
And I understand, I know,
Thank you, Guido. Thank you. I'm just going to go on with comments. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah,
trying to
yeah,
understand what
yeah.
I'm getting at. But if I own a property that was built with an ADU, the ADU was built prior to 2020. I could move between the ADU with my family and the main house back and forth. More than 6 months out of the year, I could be on the premises. And during the entire year, one of those could be rented because I'd still be there, but I could rent the other unit. That's the only way that you could be a primary resident for 6 months on site and rent for more than 180 days. Because he's asking to not be limited to 180-day limit. How could you be a primary resident if you're renting out your property more than 180 days a year? It'd be because you're still living on part of it for 6 months.
But you can't get two licenses. Like those are separate licenses and they would be within the zone of exclusion. So they both cannot be licensed.
Yeah,
The one license doesn't, you can't just move your license to whatever property you want.
I think the carve out, if we approve it, would allow that to happen.
Well, I have a motion as is. I'm waiting for a second.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So there's a motion on the floor to, having opened the hearing and closed it, to adopt the ordinance before us that has those two changes to it.
No, no changes. Just as is in the packet.
Well, I thought that, okay. So I thought the ordinance had been modified with two edits.
Yes, it's the ordinance as edited with, which includes those two changes.
Yes.
Yes.
So the ordinance we have in front of us is brand new in that it has two changes to it since the last time we saw it.
Yes, my motion is to approve as is in the packet.
Okay. And we're going to have a roll call in a minute. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so for discussion, I don't understand unless I can live on my property by moving into the ADU in the main unit while renting out more than 180 days at the same time I'm doing that.
Yeah, if I can explain. So under the current, as the way it's drafted, you wouldn't be able to do that. So he's asking for there to be a further modification that would allow him to do that. Because as was stated, only one STR license per property or per parcel. So that would mean he would need two in this instance.
Right.
So you couldn't do that.
So he's going to have to decide, am I going to rent out my primary residence, my big house, or the little unit? Because he can only do one. And he wants to be able to, okay. And there's approximately 10 ADUs. There's about 10, 20, pre-2020 situations that this would affect.
We don't know the number.
Right.
Staff doesn't know the number, so I wouldn't be quoting numbers.
All right, so let's go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McAdams.
Aye.
Councilmember Biella.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No. Okay, thank you, everyone. That motion passes 3-1 with Mayor Delgado dissenting. And thank you again to staff and all the public for being involved in this long process before we got there tonight. We're moving on to our first action item regarding the Asian American Garden request for proposal issue. And who's going to lead that for us?
I will lead that one, Mayor.
City Manager Lane Long.
I'll try to be brief. I think we've discussed a lot of this. In talking with the Park District, what they've requested is to help them make a decision on the CEQA impacts of that, of the Asian American Garden. And so to help them make a decision on that, we need to hire an architect that has experience in design it, and that helps also to move the Asian Garden project forward, which is one of the priority council projects. So this is being consistent with the council's priority project. Next slide. I think we probably what we have in the budget right now is $100,000 for pond maintenance, which would go to the wetlands. We have 250,000 allocated for the Asian American Gardens, which is council approves this, and it won't take the full 250,000, but there's money to do this. Next slide. We're modeling it after the Shinsen Gardens in Fresno. It's the Ume Garden. It's about an acre garden, and we've had lots of site visits from everyone. As you heard, the Sierra Club supports the project, and as they mentioned today, they'll have $100,000 that they'll also contribute to the project. Next slide. We've had a lot of community meetings about this, so I won't go into detail there, but we've had an awful lot. Next slide. What we've talked about earlier is kind of a two-pronged process, so I'm not going to go into detail here. We've gotten direction from council earlier today on that, and so we're going to continue to work with the Park District on the wetlands part, and we got direction on the uplands part from the council. Next slide. This would just, as I mentioned earlier, this would give us the detail that we need to understand the CEQA impacts for the project. This would give the Park District the details that they need, and so we think this is a win-win to continue to move the project forward. Next slide. It just, as I mentioned earlier, it covers the goals of the general plan of the council's priorities. And I think that's the last slide. So request support. To hire, put out an RFP to hire an architect, and at that point, we'll bring it back to council for approval.
Okay. Let's go to the public, starting with those in person. Come on up if you wish to comment on this.
Sorry, I'm a little vertically challenged. Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sophia Rome, and I'm here as a longtime resident, Korean American that grew up right here in Monterey County. My mom worked in Fort Ord at the mess hall, so I spent a lot of time visiting and eating here in Marina. So it has a special place in my heart. While I'm here as a resident, I do want to share a little bit about my professional background because I think it leans into why I understand how complex these types of initiatives can be and that perspective that I bring. So I do work with the City of Salinas. I'm also a board member with the International Network of Asian Public Administrators and a board member with Unidos NorCal. So in that sense, I understand how challenging some of these things can be, but I also understand the importance of building a foundation of equity and a foundation of true representation in these types of community projects. The City of Salinas, we went through, while the situation wasn't exactly the same, but we did have the Car Lake project, which was, we got to the end result through true partnership. It took a lot of years and a lot of discussion, but we were able to get there, almost 70 acre park asset. And now we have a beautiful public park space for our residents that's representative of Salinas history. And it was built and designed in the right way. So with all of that, what I wanted to touch on this evening is the importance of, with the RFP, ensuring that whoever is selected and the evaluation process, that it is somebody that truly understands what an Asian American garden should look like and what each element truly represents. There's meanings behind each fixture and each element. There was recently a Korean food influencer that was out on the peninsula, has over 7 million followers on Facebook and Instagram, and he didn't go any further than Carmel and Monterey. And I think that's unfortunate because of how many Korean food assets we have here. So there's an opportunity. I think this park asset not only benefits local residents, but it also benefits us in the sense of potential for tourism, tourists that come through Marina in order to get out to the peninsula. But the tourists will stop if it's built and designed in the right way, if it is truly representative. And then just really quickly on the conversation around the public safety, when you have a public space that is beautifully designed, that is well lit, that is well used, that's all part of CPTED, the crime prevention through environmental design. When we have beautiful representative spaces that our community loves and that are well maintained, that in and of itself will help reduce crime. So I'm in support of the RFP and hope that to continue following this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia.
Back again. Hey. Good evening, Mayor City Council. My name is Steve Lee and I'm resident of Marina. I spoke in the special meeting early this evening, so I won't repeat my comments from then. I just urge you to issue this RFP for the design of the Asian American Botanical Garden so that the city can do its part to move along the process with the Park District. Lockpadden Park is mostly owned by the Park District. They have neglected this park for decades and relied on the city and countless individuals and volunteer groups to maintain it as best they can. Over the years, these efforts must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Park District. But still, many in the community consider this a neglected, overgrown and unsafe space. Now there is a proposal to create a beautiful Asian-inspired garden on 1.5 acres of former agricultural land. This will be adjacent to the now established Oak Woodland Community Garden. This proposal is supported by a wide range of environmental and conservation groups, along with the Asian community, not just of Marina, but the wider Monterey County. The Park District has, at last, confirmed that there are no deed restrictions that prevent such use on its parcel. This project will comply with the open space and passive use of the lot as defined in the draft local coastal plan. So please issue the RFP to continue the public process of designing this garden and ultimately start the CEQA process. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Grace Silva Santella. It saddens me that people think that there are some of us who want to squash this project, and that is the furthest from the truth. All of us want this project to succeed, but many of us are concerned that Lockpadden Park is not the right location for a project that has plant material as environmentally sensitive as an Asian themed garden will be found in. So one question I have is this RFP limited strictly to Lockpadden Wetland Park site, or are other sites in Marina considered for this Asian hybrid botanical garden? The city manager spoke of some sites earlier this evening. He mentioned Vince DiMaggio Park. It has since been learned that Vince DiMaggio Park has deed restrictions that will prevent some projects that the city was hoping to do at Vince DiMaggio Park. And therefore, I think Vince DiMaggio Park could provide some better environmental protections for, especially from the wind, for a successful Asian garden project. And I would also suggest that if the city moves forward with a future City Hall site at the Reservation Road lot by the MST Transit Center, I think an Asian themed garden at the entrance to a new City Hall would be fantastic. So my question is there another site in Marina that would be more hospitable to the plants traditionally found in an Asian themed garden. Japanese maples, azaleas, podocarpus, magnolia, ginkgos, ferns, and would allow better protection from the wind. Lock Padden Park is one of the harshest, most difficult growing environments. If Lock Padden Park is the only location, I would suggest that the landscape architects should have a resume that shows successful projects that are thriving in an environment similar to Lock Padden Wetland Park. And that would be wind, sandy soil, existing cypress roots, plant damage from rodents such as gophers and squirrels, installation of water and electrical in an environmentally sensitive habitat, and any other issues that are really unique to Lock Padden Wetland Park. If limited to Lock Padden Park, then I would suggest that each landscape architect should have background in designing with California native plants that can replicate an Asian garden aesthetic. Ray and I were recently in a Japanese garden within the botanical garden in Rome, Italy. It was serene.
I'm sorry, Grace. I have to ask you to stop.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else with in person who'd like to speak? Okay, let's go to those online. Anyone online that would like to speak to this, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Grace asked, is tonight's RFP proposal limited to Lock Padden, or are other sites could they potentially receive whatever this design comes up with, be the site?
The design is looking specifically at this site to appropriately design it. It is for this site. It doesn't mean that down the road, if this site didn't work out, that there's elements that potentially could be looked at other sites, but to do the appropriate work, it has to be focused on this site.
His other question that I noted was that, is there any other site that's more hospitable in Marina than Lock Padden for the proposed Asian American garden?
I definitely can't answer that, other than everywhere I go in Marina, they say it's harsh. The wind blows. Every neighborhood, they say the same thing.
Okay. All right. And we're free to discuss that later, but I just wanted to get your response to the question. Any other questions that I may not have noted that others did? Okay. All right. Thank you to everyone who's commented on that. And now we'll go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, when we get towards a motion, can we also include the food forest and the sensory garden for RFP? Because, I mean, just with the discussion that we had earlier, it's clear that the Parks District is wanting more information. So when we get to action, is that something that we can include?
City manager or city attorney?
I think the city attorney.
So certainly, I think this item is flexible enough. We're going to come back anyway. It's not a contract we're approving or anything like that. So it is direction to move forward with an RFP. I think you can include that. The RFP and any contract will come back to council for approval.
Okay, perfect. You know, and also for me with this, since we're really exploring all of the options, I would want to, you know, include alternative sites by the professionals. I'm not sure who went out and said, no, yes, and or how long ago that was. But I mean, I don't know why that wouldn't be, is that something else that we could include in the RFP request, is to provide alternative sites, or at least have the design and the scope of work be amenable and or movable?
Again, similar to the last response, you can include that in your direction. The agreement with the consultant will come back for approval of council.
Okay.
So
Okay, and then I think also too, I just want to make sure, because we do have 250,000 allocated for the Asian American Garden. I would want to make sure that we're not mixing funds with anything.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. Those are all the questions.
Thank you, Jenny. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start by, at risk of sounding like a broken record, just repeating how wildly supportive I am of an Asian garden. I won't go there. Very excited and supportive of an Asian garden. I am struggling with one thing. This is a little unusual, but I'm going to ask every council member. Obviously, you don't have to, but I'm going to ask if you'd be willing to respond to this question. And that is, when I asked about the preservation of existing cypress, the council said no, because they're non-native. When I asked about the food forest, it was non-native. I was told, yeah, only native, except for my food forest. That's okay. And the council said no to cypress, which are about as native as they get in this area. When I asked about the community garden and the non-native food products in there, I was told, oh yeah, native, except for this project, because I like it, you know? And now here we are, talking about a project that is likely to have a lot of non-native species. I mean, quite frankly, even oaks are not likely, in my opinion, native to that area, right? In pre-European times, they didn't have city lines, but oaks probably never grew there, right? And there's no fossil record of oaks there. So my question, if you're willing to entertain it, is how do you expect me to support this in this location when I've so passionately advocated for the cypress that I believe are so beautiful, that provide such that typical negative Asian garden type negative space. And you've consistently told me no. You've consistently said that it's not appropriate and they're not native and that they shouldn't be there. So I'm just hoping you can kind of bring me along, walk me through that thought process of how you want me to support this when you've told me the exact opposite over the last 6 months in terms of non-native species. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I appreciate your comments. And although cypresses, according to our local coastal program and other experts, are not native to Marina, like they are to Monterey, PG, Carmel, they're not native to Seaside, they're not native to Fort Ord, so they're removed on Fort Ord. This council has always said yes to cypress. Our local coastal program about a month and a half ago gives cypress trees the same protections as oak trees. And that's one way to say yes. Our mayor pro tem has fought over the last couple of months to keep a couple of cypress trees from getting cut down at a Dunes Park, because that Dunes Park may not see construction for many years. And so she didn't want to see those cypress trees or a eucalyptus tree next to him, because they were healthy and happy trees. I urged this council and I pleaded with this council to protect cypress trees in phase 3 of the Dunes construction project, where all 273 trees were being approved to be cut down and removed, most of which were cypress. And I was saying, come on, let's inventory every one of those trees, the ones that can be pulled out of the ground, set aside, put back after the homes are built. Let's do that. It's more expensive for the developer, but it's better for our environment and better for our community. That was saying yes to cypress trees. Another time we said yes to cypress trees was your suggestion that we include in a motion that we have 50 landmark cypress trees, each honored for one of our 50 states. This council unanimously approved that. Our tree ordinance protects cypress trees like every other tree. If it's on commercial property or on city property, we don't just cut down cypress trees. We don't just cut down eucalyptus. We don't just cut down oaks. We have a tree ordinance to protect those. Another way we say yes to cypress trees is every single time we have a planning project, it's a 3-to-1 replacement or a 9-to-1 replacement or a 6-to-1 replacement, depending on the specific circumstances under which a cypress tree has to be removed. More cypress trees have to be planted. Imgen Parkway, $41 million project, just got planted with a lot of cypress trees. That came through this city council. We approved those cypress trees. We just finished planting cypress trees last week at Miss DiMaggio Park. Didn't come to this council, but it went through me, it went through a landscape architect, it went through Ishmael. We said yes to cypress trees. At Lock Patton Park, we are not proposing to remove any cypress trees, and they are a dominant feature at Lock Patton Park. We have $500,000 set aside for tree maintenance, primarily cypress trees, almost 100%. That is saying yes to keeping them healthy and safe. So we realize that cypress trees can be iconic. We realize that birds nest in them, that raptors, birds of prey, nest in them. We realize they have value while not being native. But we're not against all non-natives in all situations. And we're not against cypress in all situations. I can't remember a time when we said no to cypress. So maybe when you have the floor again, you can remind us of when we said no to cypress, because I don't want to say no to cypress just because they're non-native. If they're not appropriate, like at Lock Patton Park, in some places, they are destroying the value of habitat for the rare species in the mitigation area. There is death under those cypresses. The Monterey spineflower, which is the mitigation focus of the mitigation area, moves right up to the drip line and stops. And all the other native plants that have been there for hundreds of years stop where they meet the drip line of the cypress. So that cypress is killing the values for which the mitigation area legally has been set aside to protect. But nobody's talking about doing anything but keeping those trees healthy. So there's a direct conflict there between the stated values of Lock Patton Park and the Endangered Species Act and the California Endangered Species Act and what those cypress are doing, but still nobody is saying no to those cypress. So I think that we're supporting cypress in many places, and I can't think of a place that we haven't supported cypress, but you may know better than I, and I'd like to hear that. I think I've talked for 5 minutes, so I'll come back to the project that we're talking about tonight. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm almost as passionate about cypress trees as you are. So I do have a painting here, my artwork hanging in my home of one of the trees that we saved. And just for the public or anybody and my fellow council members, it pays to open your emails. If you get an email that there is an emergency or special meeting from the tree committee, open it, read it, try to show up, always dinner time. But anyway, so yeah, we were able, or I was able, just me, and with a little bit of support from Grace, who has also sent an email. But it was just one person to prevent 2 cypress trees and 1 eucalyptus tree from not being removed at this point, and hopefully not for a long time. So, but yeah, I would. So Councilmember McAdams suggested to include the food forest and the sensory garden in the RFP. I think that's a totally different kind of architect we need for that, because like one of the speakers already asked, make sure you choose an architect, landscape architect who specializes in Asian gardens. And also you also mentioned, let's not mix up the $250,000 that's allocated for the garden. I think we should keep it separate. Just let this move forward and do those other little projects, as they're called, on their own track. So that's my suggestion. And I'm just in favor of just moving it forward as fast as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to add on the, it says tours. So I'm sorry, I just saw all of these list of things. These aren't the supporters either. Tours?
Those are the people that went out on the tour.
Oh, I see.
It's not
Got it.
inclusive.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Sorry. All right. So just the RFP basically has been asked for by MPRPD. A former board member of the MPRPD requested a concept design of the Asian American garden. And so the city provided that. And it was hardly recognized by the MPRPD. No comment, no, public hearing looking at it or making a comment. Now they have asked for a more detailed one. And so we're going to do that. And the way we do it is through an RFP. So we can get a competent professional person to design it. We had that in the past also, but the concept design, which was presented, was the kind of concept design that I know was offered at the Shinzan Garden, the Ume Garden, because I have the original of that. So it's not, it's an overall concept design. That's not what you initially ask for. You don't ask for a complete detail of where the rocks are, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, so we're going to comply with that. That is by the request by MPRPD. And when we ask for an alternative site, in my eyes, the 2005 Lock Padden Park Master Plan called for such things as a meandering stream. They said that. An observation deck, bridges over streams. And when you look at the property, it's really weed infested. It's right next to the MLK statue and the oak woodland. So it speaks of Marina's values in terms of diversity and inclusion. So why that has been vetted by our city council? Why are we now suggesting other sites when we haven't even vetted the one that everybody has wanted? There was some kind of a survey both on Facebook and next door. And the question to the public was, do you want the Asian garden in Vince DiMaggio or Lock Padden Park? And guess what? The overwhelming majority said in Lock Padden Park. So we've already vetted it. The survey from maybe likely an opposer turned out to be in favor of Lock Padden Park. So I think we need to focus and not be directionless by saying what could go here and here and challenge a consultant to figure that out. We want to know if this site can work, and let's go ahead with the RFP focused on one location. And going back to Councilmember McCarthy's question, I was shocked that you said that, because I don't recall us. I know that the mayor has a debate about whether a cypress is native or not, but I don't recall any time from the dais that any of us were opposing cypress trees. So I'm sorry, I have no recollection of us voting or stating publicly that we don't think cypress trees are appropriate in Marina. So I can't help you on that, but so that's my answer to your question. Thank you, Mr. Mayo.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't recall the 54 cypress inventory ever passing. If it did pass, there's certainly been no movement on it by staff, although there's been a lot of discussion about the other 4 projects. So sometimes actions speak louder than words. I'd love to go back and remember if that passed or not. I don't recall. I don't know if staff does. But my recollection was that it didn't, and that there was kind of a lot of silence when we went to vote on that. Further, and I don't want to belabor this too much, but I know, Mayor, even at the last meeting, I think you talked about how you directed people to pick up and destroy cypress seedlings, but allow oak ones to thrive. And so that's kind of just another example of just where, and I'm bringing this up because it genuinely confuses me. Before the discussion that I just heard, my assumption was that some on the dais felt that all cypress should be destroyed in Lock Padden. So I think it would be really good to kind of clarify that and have a moral basis about how we're going to treat that park, and that we don't say, oh, this is a new project, and for this one, we're going to do it this way. But, I think there should be a baseline of what our objectives are, and then we should follow that a little bit more uniformly. And I should mention that it's not just about cypress, although those happen to be some that I'm passionate about because of the stark beauty, the same kind of beauty that I think an Asian garden would bring to Lock Padden. Podocarpus is another one that the speaker mentioned. And I happen to agree with the speaker that if those things aren't shielded by wind, I mean, if they're used, they will not survive in Lock Padden, which is a bummer because they're beautiful trees that have all the resemblance of typical Asian foliage. I'm likely to be supportive of the RFP. It sounds like Councilmember Biala just articulated that the RFP is a step into deciding whether this is feasible or not. I hope that we genuinely go out to a knowledgeable entity that doesn't have any preconceived notions about whether it should succeed or shouldn't, right? They need to be objective. From there, I just hope that we, if this passes tonight, and I think that it will, that if they say no, or that there are serious challenges, that we do consider other sites so that we can get this thing off the ground. We've dedicated a lot of money. I was honestly hoping to be enjoying an Asian garden by this point, right? And I think at the rate that we're going now, it's just going to be a really, really long road. So I'll just keep my comments at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. We, starting in Black Lives Matter, George Floyd times, we spoke a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion, and we had a task force, including our fire chief, our police chief, council members, members of the community of all, races, but primarily people of color. And they came up with like 40 different things that we could do to walk the talk. And when you talk about an Asian American garden or a Martin Luther King sculpture garden, those walk the talk. And not everybody supported the Martin Luther King sculpture garden because it was focused on a slice of our culture here in Marina. But the majority of people supported it. And I don't know anyone that doesn't love it, but I'm sure there are people that don't love it. But it's highly loved and it means something to a lot of people. It was a good thing to do. It cost 1.5 million. There were proposals to hide it down by the amphitheater where very few people would see it, and it would be more subject to vandalism. And fortunately, the consensus at the end was to put it in a highly visible place, put some light on it at night. It's not been vandalized, but it's been loved. And it's turned a weedy field into a Martin Luther King sculpture garden that speaks to our values and our culture and our history. The Asian American garden would do the same. The food forest, I've been told tonight by our city attorney, could be included in this. And so I just want to speak to food security because not everybody can afford food. That's why they go to the several giveaways that we have every month in Marina and other places. And most people don't grow their own food. When you grow your own food, you spend less money on food, but people don't know how to grow it. Outside of a library where you have books of learning, you now have pollinator gardens that interpret Marina's natural history of local wildflowers that support butterflies, bumblebees, hummingbirds. And you have an Oak Woodland Community Garden that extends the learning inside the library to learning outside the library. And with the Oak Woodland Community Garden, including its food forest, there's lots of growing of food. There's lots of, and eating and harvesting. There's lots of propagation of natives. And the community garden that has food, which is all non-native, is a gateway to our native plants and vice versa. So people that like native plants get introduced to food growing. People that like food growing get introduced to native plants. And everyone supports native plants at Log Patton Park, Park District, City, everybody. And so that Oak Woodland Community Garden is doing that. It has 23 fruit trees that were planted in part by NPRPD staff, celebrated in the NPRPD's newsletter, supported by previous NPRPD elected officials, but all of a sudden they've run into roadblocks. And so we're dancing through those roadblocks, trying to add to the fruit trees the original plan of 7 other layers of food to show people that in one place you can grow 8 layers of food in a guild format. But we're stymied on that temporarily. Hopefully we'll get through that. But we're talking about using a public park for public purpose, for DEI, food security, loving, and resulting in safe areas that are engaged by our families. There's no better use of a public park. Meanwhile, we have a 5-acre mitigation area set aside for rare plants that are native. We have the Oak Woodland Community Garden that's 100% native Marina local plants that are native. And we're going to do great things. And we're very excited about the wetland restoration. The board meeting on April in April 1st, whenever it was, 2026, there was excitement about restoring those wetlands. Yeah, it's the right thing to do, but it's also really exciting. The board was excited. Their general manager, Eric Morgan, was excited. Of course, the students are excited that their project is being so well accepted. And the council is excited when we saw the presentation by the students. There's excitement in the air to do what's planned for that wetland restoration project or that wetland project. So I think all of these projects outside the Marina Library are making the park more beautiful and making it more safe and making it more cared for. And most of that is volunteers, not costing the city hardly anything. That Oak Woodland Community Garden, the Children's Sensory Garden, the Food Forest, Asian American Garden, in perpetuity, 90% of it's going to be volunteer funded. Are we here to say no to volunteer efforts that beautify a park that we're screaming to beautify and make more safe? I think this is a chance to say yes to doing something wonderful. And I remember when this dais was occupied by elected officials of Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District about 2 years ago, to a person, all 5 of them said, we support the Asian American Garden, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves and have to tell you no later, get bit in the butt by finding out there's a deed restriction. And Kelly Sorensen, our elected official, sat up on this dais and he said, representing MPRPD, I hope this doesn't take longer than 3 months to look at the deeds and find out that there are no restrictions, or if there are, so that we can move ahead with this project we also can. Okay, that was 2 years ago. We finally got word from the Park District a few weeks ago on April 9th, there are no deed restrictions. Why did it take 2 years for that to be told to the public? I'm not really sure, but that wasn't MPRPD's board's intention when they sat on this dais 2 years ago. I think it was in May of 2024. And so I don't know what's happened because most of the board members are still there, or at least a majority, but something has happened clearly. And so they're asking for what we're talking about tonight. And I think that it's inside the partnership to deliver what they're asking for so they can move ahead. They said last month, we're sorry we can't approve something that you haven't designed because we know that you don't want to spend money on the design until we approve it. But that's not how we, the Park District, work. You got to design it and then we'll consider it for approval. So this gives them what their April 9th letter is asking for and what they wanted. Verbally, they expressed they wanted this at their last meeting. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like there's an opportunity here to further that desire from the Parks District. And I think that the motion could be worded in a way where it would be separate RFPs. So it's not a package. So the specialty landscape architect could bid on the Asian American, and maybe they also want to bid on the Child Sensory Garden do you see what I'm saying? So I think we can word this motion in a way where we will be providing the full package and the full desire to the Parks District. So when we get there, I'm happy to make a friendly amendment, or whoever's making the motion, you're sort of hearing what I'm saying. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess first starting with a question to the attorney. I mean, the food forest RFP is not agenda, and apologize if I missed, you already addressed this,
Yeah,
but would it be more appropriate to bring that piece back on an agenda item, or is it okay to vote to do that?
So you would be adopting the resolution that's presented to you tonight. You would be providing direction to come back also, that RFP also include an architect or consultant for the design of the Children's Sensory Garden. Now, again, this is not an agreement, it's not a contract, it's not an ordinance. So there's not that, sort of strict parameters that you typically have.
Okay.
So I think it's flexible enough that you could direct staff to do that. This is not a final action. The contract for the consultant will come back to the council.
Okay. So quick story, and then I'd like to make a motion. If Councilmember Viala's, I would definitely defer if Councilmember Viala would like to make the motion. If not, I'm happy to make it. But I do want to share one of my favorite stories about Marina is that in the 1800s, the story goes, John Barton and William Locke Patton had all these acres of land that had absolutely no foliage on it. And in those days, what developers did is they would plant something to prove that the land was worth something, right? And so they actually planted these trees in Marina, and people came from Monterey and said, "Oh, there's something growing here. Like this land is actually can produce something, right?" Like it was so fallow and so unproductive to the growth of most plant species, except for native dune scrub, right? That people wrote about. They thought that the developers had buried hidden tanks of water underground. They couldn't understand how they were getting stuff to grow. And the reason I bring this up is because there are serious challenges to getting anything to grow here. As the mayor knows, the oak woodland is not exactly thriving. It's not doing terrible, but after overwatering, right, using way more water than probably should have been used for a quasi-native species, those species are most of them are living. It's very tough, right? And so if I made a motion, I would just want to clarify that in addition to the adaptation to the soil, wind, all of those things, that the RFP asked the planner to make kind of a value statement on what if they believe that this actually stands a chance at surviving, right? Like, because we can say we're going to adapt it, right? But that does nothing if it's all dead within 2 years, right? So I want to hear that from the RFP is that whoever we send this out to bid, that they provide a professional opinion. Yes, not only is this feasible and we've adapted it to the soil and all of that, but we also believe that it'll be sustainable and it will survive, for years to come. And I'd be happy to make a motion unless Kathy wants to start it off.
No, please do. I'll second it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing staff to issue a RFP for landscape architectural design services for an Asian American garden at Log Padden Park, and authorize staff to solicit proposals and return to the council with a recommended consultant, and that RFP include some more stronger language that the consultant will make a determination whether the plant material is likely to survive over a 10-year time frame.
I'll second that. And can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Then to also include 2 additional RFPs for the food forest and the sensory children's garden. So it would be 3 separate RFPs.
Yes, and in the way the attorney described it, having staff come back to us.
Yes.
Okay, I accept that amendment.
Thank you both. Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, I'd like to also add something. So how you worded it almost sounds like it's hard for a landscape artist to predict whether something's going to survive. I mean, I think what we could do is ask them for a plant palette of a species that are likely to thrive in this environment, rather than having them predict the future of plants that won't survive. I think it's easier to go the other way. So we get that list. And we do have access to a local a nursery person who is of Asian descent who does plant, and he planted the sister city Izunokuni's gift to us, the Japanese maple, and we have it here. And he knows the kind of plants that can thrive in this climate. He has 47 acres of a nursery. So we have local experts who do understand Asian garden design, as well as what grows and doesn't grow here. So, but I would like to be having a broader scope in that the consultants recommend a plant palette that could be used to show the aesthetics of an Asian garden, plus survive in this.
Yeah,
I'm
okay with that one. I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah,
but, a little
yeah.
bit.
I think we are, but I think mine might be positioned in a more concrete task.
And this doesn't have to be answered now, but if we ever get to a construction phase, would we likely do a bond like we do all our other, like a plant bond with all our other projects? In other words, if it doesn't survive within X amount of years, we can go out and claim the bond.
Yeah, correct. That we typically would require that.
That's it from
And
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer, or Kathy, are you finished?
just a real quick thing, in Saratoga, the Japanese garden there, they actually do have native plants that are known by us that you wouldn't even know it. I mean, it's very aesthetically designed inside the garden. So I think that it could be very nice.
I'd love, and because we can't really talk offline, this is my only opportunity, but I'd love for you to take a look at the podocarpus that's at the Holiday Inn, right by Lock Padden Park. One of the most stunning podocarpus I've seen in Marina, but it only survives because it grows up against the wall of the building and is totally shielded by the wind. And so those things make all the difference in the world. Just a little bit of wind and salt air, and those things just totally die. So it's just interesting how small environmental changes can make all of the difference.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that you mentioned Harconi Gardens, and speaker at the closed session mentioned how expensive it was to make repairs and I always share concerns about cost, but I looked it up. That garden is 18 acres, and we are speaking about 1.5. So just to put it in perspective, we will have a cute small garden. So but I don't have any requests to no friendly amendments, but I wanted to remark that if you look at the new developments or anywhere in Marina, but especially the new developments, many trees are planted and quite a few don't make it, and they are just replaced. And I have it in my own yard. I'm not a master gardener, so I just try things, and sometimes it works in one spot. It doesn't work 3 yards from that spot, but so it's trial and error. Plants will die. Some plants will not make it, and the developer at the dunes, they protect all their trees now that are close to the coast. They give them windshields to get established. So it will be a challenge, definitely. But anything in Marina is a challenge, I think, to grow in the wind. So thank you.
One of the beauties of the food forest, the fruit trees that started the food forest at Lock Padden, is that for the most part, those 23 trees are surrounded by natives. And so you have this great interlocking that's really beautiful together. But I don't see in the staff report or the presentation the word native. And it's my understanding that the word native was initially suggested by the Sierra Club, who said that they want to call it an Asian American hybrid native garden, something to that effect. And I think to get through the whole MPRBD process, the larger the emphasis on natives, the more it's acceptable to people because it has a native element to it. And up until now, over the last year, I've only heard this referred to as a project that included natives. And I don't see that mentioned here. And so I wanted to ask our city manager about it and the motion maker if we could do something to incorporate native plants into this Asian American RFP, because the criteria suggested for the RFP, site analysis, concept, design, I don't see the word I don't see the word native plants. So
I think for the most part, the type of plants in an Asian American garden are not going to be native plants to Marina and not necessarily native plants to California. But they are going to look at those palettes and see if those can be incorporated. But I think most of them will be the type of plants that will be in an Asian American garden. Then the balance becomes they need to survive in this climate, and I think the landscape architect will be looking at all those issues. I think they'll be looking at plants that will survive it. But at this point, we've not gotten any direction to specifically include natives in there.
okay, so I feel disappointed because I thought the direction this was going over the last year was always talking about the inclusion of native plants for Sierra Club purposes, for public appreciation purposes, for MPRPD process purposes. So I think that something has been dropped, and I don't think it makes the project more likely to succeed. Councilmember Viola?
Sorry. I think it's going to be a balance. And I think that the Sierra Club called it a hybrid garden. I don't think that you can now like an Asian garden without having Asian plants. I think we have to be real clear that we're not shaping this into a native garden that won't look like an Asian garden. But I think we could do under design development, planting and material concepts, including native species. And I think we've already said that we want a plant list, a palette that will have the greatest abilities to thrive in this particular climate. So I think that's going to naturally revert to some natives, and then figuring out how to shape those and to plant them in ways which can reflect the same aesthetic quality that we're looking for. So I think we can just simply, the under number 2, planting and material concepts, including native species. Okay.
That addresses my concern. Thank you. Now, is there a motion on the floor? So the friendly amendment would be under number 2, design development, bullet number 4 would read planting and material concepts, including native species and cypress trees. Oh, they're already there. There's plenty of cypress trees. It wouldn't be bad to have a bonsai cypress tree. Okay. Are we ready to vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. That motion passes unanimously. And we're gonna move on to 13B, update regarding potential November ballot measure.
Thank you, Mayor. And had this to a couple weeks ago, really to update on these upcoming meetings. So I'll just give you a brief update. We did have a site tour of our city facilities, one on the April 23rd, one on April 25th, one on April 30th. We had 4 to 5 people on some of the initial tours, and most of them were from our existing city commissions or the Citizens Advisory Group. I think we had 1 or 2 new different people. But when the mailer arrived on the Thursday, April 30th meeting, we had almost 25 people attend. And they all said they'd received the mailer. And we had a lot more new people that hadn't been involved, and they saw the mailer and they wanted to see about the city facilities. I can tell you, after each one of those meetings, we did a tour of the facilities, and it was about an hour and a half. And we went in the community center just to answer questions, and we ended up sitting there an hour and a half, getting feedback, answering questions, very thoughtful questions, very thoughtful feedback. And I can tell you, all across the board, the concepts were, you don't even need to talk about how bad the facilities are. Just walk it, see it in person. You don't even need to talk anymore. They were just unanimous. These facilities absolutely have to be replaced, as referred to police and fire and the city hall facilities. So out of all those tours, unanimous feedback that these buildings are beyond their useful life. We got a lot of good suggestions that we're going to continue to move forward on. Good feedback. We talked about the utility user tax. There is support across the board on the utility user tax and the 7% level. Talked that they had lots of questions about city finances, the budget, and we're going to do a lot more FAQs to answer those questions and get a lot more feedback on that. We had a community workshop this past Saturday, May 2nd. We didn't have as many people. I think we maybe had 10 or 12 people. But again, got great feedback from the community workshop. No one is saying don't move forward with the ballot measure. That was consistent across the board. So moving forward, FM3, have a survey that is going to be testing it's going to be a statistically valid survey. So it's going to help somewhere between 300 and 400 residents. But it's going to test there's what they think about Marina, the different departments, the actual utility user tax, what level that they would support it. And so that will be going out probably in the next week. We have another community workshop that will be on May 27th. That's a Wednesday. And again, encourage everyone to come. We'll spend the start of that workshop, walk touring the facilities again. One of the things they all said, you just need to keep on doing these tours of city facilities every month up through the election. So we're going to continue to do that, even if we only have 4 or 5 people. They really tell the story. We're working on a lot of mailers, a lot more educational information. We'll be updating the website. And so Pepe Smith is moving headstrong, and nothing has changed from where things are at the council. Our intent is to come back to the council with some draft language for the ballot measure in one of our June meetings. And again, it'll just be draft language. One of the things that they did talk about in the committees was include an advisory measure along with it that would specify this is their desire for the funds to go in these types of facilities. And so our city attorney, he'll be working on that. And then our plan is to bring the final ballot language to the council at our July 7th city council meeting. And then from that point on, it would just be education and outreach up through the election. So that's kind of the update of where things are with that. Want to really give a shout out to our police chief and our fire chief, interim fire chief. They've come to all these workshops and done a tour of all the facilities and are really providing a lot of good information to the public. Our assistant city managers now attending all these workshops and will be attending the future ones.
All right, let's go to public comment. Anyone in person want to comment on this issue? Please step forward. Not seeing anyone. We'll go online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. Steve Smack, welcome and good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As you know, I was vehemently opposed to this ballot measure 1 year ago. Tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. You're already wasting money on this ballot measure before you even know what it is through these city mailings. This measure failed a year ago and cost the city $400,000 for a sham of an election. The only thing you're changing is that it will be a utility tax instead of a property tax, both regressive. This means it negatively impacts lower incomes more dramatically than higher incomes. Bad decision. I agree with you that we are in need of a new city hall and civic center on Reservation Road in the middle of our downtown. What I'm uncomfortable with is creating a $50 million slush fund for a project without a plan. A project without a plan ends up far exceeding its original budget. We all know this. So what happens when this dream city hall ends up costing $100 million, $200 million? Do we continue to tax our community on in perpetuity? Maybe you shouldn't have given away $5 million to the Mercedes dealership to cover their construction costs. Why isn't the Mercedes dealership chipping in for a new city hall? Why is it always the citizens that have to dig deeper into their pockets and the developers get paid? You cannot give a handout like this, then turn around and tax your citizens, most of which don't even drive Mercedes. It also shows very poor discretion to be talking about a new tax with the cost of gasoline where it is and where it is likely to stay for a while. Please stop wasting city funds and resources on new ways to shake down the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Anyone else online would like to raise your hand to comment? Please raise your hand. Okay, we will close public comment and come back to the council. I would like to recognize Steve Mack's comments. One comment was that there's $5 million being given to Mercedes. So right now there's a field of dirt that's not generating any money for the city. But if Mercedes were to come and spend $40 million to build their lot, they would start to sell cars. And when those cars start to sell, those cars will generate sales tax. And Mercedes would get to keep half the sales tax. The city would keep half the sales tax until the Mercedes share reached 5 million. Because they're saying to pencil their project out, they can afford 35 million, but not 40 million. So they would spend 35 million on construction, and then they would spend 40 million, but in the end, they would get 5 million back. So resulting in the end that they would spend 35 million net on their construction. If their construction costs 50 million or more, because costs go up, they will pay all of that, and they will get paid back the same 5 million that the arrangement is to do. So it's similar to other incentives given to developments across the country to try to land them. If you don't give incentives, sometimes you don't get the projects. So we would get $5 million projected in the first 7 years, as would Mercedes. If Mercedes doesn't build on that field of dirt, we won't get a penny of sales tax unless something else moves in. But it's hard to beat that much sales tax revenue. That's why Seaside loves their auto mall. And that's why cities across California compete for hotels, auto malls, and shopping centers, because they have to compete for sales tax and hotel tax since Prop 13 passed in 1979, and property taxes no longer bring in the kind of budget they used to. So we are all chasing the dollar in order to meet the rising costs of the city. If we want better streets, keep our improved fire department, if we want more emergency services, if we want our parks to be better and more numerous, it costs money. That money has to come from somewhere. The Spring Hill Suites, we were going to give $1 million. They didn't open it soon enough to get the $1 million, so they got nothing from us. And they're generating $2 million a year into our general fund since it opened in 2017. So that's 9 years times just about $18 million. That's gone into our parks, our streets, our police, our fire. But if we didn't offer the incentive, they were going to go to Seaside. People lament that we didn't give Costco a deal. People lament that we got a Kmart instead of a Costco. People claim that that city council made a big mistake by not letting Costco come to Marina. So the UUT and the ballot measure, to say no to them because we're trying to make revenue in other parts of our city, it doesn't really line up. We need 50 million. We had a citizens advisory committee unanimously who approve the up to 7% UUT. So we're trying to go from a bottom up. Last time we went from a top down and we were told, go bottom up. This time we're going bottom up. The 12-person committee, many of whom the majority were against the bond measure of 2 years ago, unanimously voted to go ahead with what we're talking about tonight. So if we said no to this, we've got what we've got, which are inadequate facilities. So it's a pain pill to ask people for a new UUT, but if it does pass, we're going to join all the other cities near us that have it. If it doesn't pass, we'll be one of the few cities that don't have it. Is that because we don't need it? No, it's just because it didn't pass. I will say that if the ballot measure passes on the state ballot that requires 2/3 approval for ours to go into effect, it's going to be real tough for this to get 67%. And I'm real scared about that. But we'll see how that statewide ballot measure goes. But all this effort could be for naught if we don't get 67% and that statewide ballot measure passes and trumps this one by requiring it to get 67 or it doesn't go into effect. Councilmember McCarthy, did you have more input?
Yeah, just super quick. I've often expressed my concern about the regressiveness of the tax, but beyond that, Paula Pelot had written a letter on April 21st. I'm not sure if staff got that, but it kind of presents some interesting questions that I would like answered. I'm wondering if we can forward that to our consultant. Things like she recommends that senior citizens over 70 be potentially exempted. She talks about writing the ordinance in a way that technology changes can be kind of incorporated without going back out to the voters. So I don't think we need to go through them all tonight, but I'm just wondering if we can get some clarity on her email. Thank you.
Councilmember Representative Fisher?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for requesting that, because there were some very good points in that letter. I just, I'll repeat what I've said before. For me, it doesn't make sense to exclude or exempt seniors just based on their age, because there are quite a few seniors who can pay. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. And for the workshop, I attended that one workshop on Saturday morning, May 2nd, and it was very informative. And I'm glad that there will be another one on May 27. I would encourage anybody who can, please attend that workshop here in the council chambers at 6 p.m. Or I wanted to ask the city manager, you're probably going to offer the tour first again. So it might be good to tell people the tour is from 6 to 7. And if you don't have time to come at 6, just come at 7 for the workshop. Or if you already know what the facilities look like, that might help people to come. Because it's always during dinner time, our meetings. That's, by the way, that's what I'm eating, so I apologize. But thank you. It was very informative.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion? Okay, so if there's no directions from staff, then we don't need a motion. All right, let's move on to the main event of the night. Police Department's 2025 fireworks impacts and planned activities for July 2026. And our illustrious Police Chief Randy Hopkins is with us via Zoom. Hello, Randy. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's a little low on the volume.
All right. I'll move a little closer and speak a little louder. Does that help?
That helps. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I first of all, I just want to say good evening and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city manager for giving me some time on tonight's agenda. I know it's a full agenda with a lot of things to discuss. So I appreciate you giving me this opportunity. What I would like to provide is a neutral, fact-based 10-minute review of how the 4th of July has played out in Marina over at least the last 3 operational cycles. If you can go ahead and go to the next slide, that'd be great. All right. And talk about how we compare to our neighbors, what the data supports as council considers the 2026 year. Again, this is not me advocating for any position. That I will leave up to you for you all to decide. All right, let's see here. On this slide, making sure that my slides are aligned here. Yes, all right. So the issue sits at 3 or a couple at 4 intersections of realities. The community views are divided. The regional landscape is not uniform. Public safety demand on July 4th continues, and enforceability depends on resources behind it. The legal framework is layered. Marina owns our own ordinance in Marina, which is code 9.16.0 030. Let me start. 9.16030 allows for safe and sane, and also prohibits also the dangerous ones as well. Also, state law and California Health and Safety Code, section 12500, also defines what those illegal fireworks are and prohibits them as well. To possess those or even use them is a misdemeanor, regardless of whatever a city or local rules would be. And so that's what we also go by. If there's an escalation in terms of quantity of fireworks that are illegal that are recovered, the fines for that can range from either $500 up as much as $50,000, with a potential prison time with higher quantities. Marina enforces a zero tolerance under that framework, and we also have a tiered administrative fine schedule. For first offense, it's $339.92 for that first offense. The second is $533.92, and then the third offense is $1,133.92, with a 36-month look back authorized under Marina Municipal Code 9.16.030 and 15.32580. Next slide. So here I'll talk about 3 operational cycles. So in 2023, Marina logged more than 50 firework calls, specifically on the 4th of July, with 3 confirmed fires and 9 individuals were cited or arrested. In 2024, dispatch logs 46 related calls. That figure came from our CAD system, and we looked at that on July the 5th of 2024, the day after. 3 citations were issued under the California Health and Safety Code that I mentioned earlier. 1 property damage incident was confirmed. There was dense fog that night, which limited our visibility, so we were not able to deploy our drones as effectively. So in 2024, we had a reduction of that 46 calls. However, in 2025, the department again logged more than 50 calls, so we went back up. Those were all related to 4th of July. We also we ran an all-hands deployment, with the majority of staffing committed to the airport celebration that we had last year. One favorable data point for you to consider is in both 2024 and 2025, there was 0 fireworks-related injuries were reported in Marina. Although we had elevated call volumes, that did not translate into any reported injuries or incidents for us as it relates to 4th of July. On staffing, we also staff above normal of our regular scheduled shifts. In addition to that, we would have 1 sergeant and 8 officers, both in 2024 and 2025. Next slide. All right, so to put Marina's workload in context, the department compiled fireworks related and shots fired calls for volumes for every law enforcement agency in the Monterey County for the calendar year 2024 and 2025. All 14 agencies were represented. There were 12 departments, the Sheriff's Office, and CSUMB, his police department as well. And I did not, in the data set, there were no missing data. So this is a comprehensive review of those numbers. 2 scope notes that are critical. First, these are the annual totals, not just 4th of July alone. Second, these are police department calls for service only. Fire department responses were not included because fire agencies operate under a separate CAD system and reporting structures. Therefore, aggregating them into this mix would, they have different definitions, and in some cases it would double the count. And so to eliminate that or prevent that, they were not included. So the headline for Marina is that Marina is the only peninsula with safe and sane city with a volume that increased year over year. So in other words, we went from 42 calls to 56 calls, which was a 33% increase. Seaside dropped 28%. Salinas dropped 54%. And the smaller safe and sane cities, which are Soledad, Gonzales, King City, Greenfield, all trended down. On the full band side, those that have full bands, Monterey fell 76%, Pacific Grove rose 6% on small numbers. The Sheriff's Office held roughly flat at 99 calls. So one caveat is Salinas also hosted professional displays in 2024 and 2025 after an 8-year hiatus. So we believe that likely also suppressed illegal firework activity in our data in the area. All right, next slide. The department's enforcement posture has and will continue to be, like I said, no tolerance. It's drawn from our administrative citation instructions for fireworks. It's also, we look at the use, sale, and possession of illegal or dangerous firework draws enforcement action year-round, not just on the 4th. It's prohibited year-round. And every year, every officer, or every day, every officer knows that those duties are to be looked at and adhered to in terms of citing individuals. So citations follow a tiered schedule. As I stated, for that first offense, there's a $200 base plus $133.92, because it shows the breakdown of what I was describing earlier for that $33.92 with that 36-month look back. So you see the totals there off to the right that kind of gives you the breakdown, sorry, to the left, that gives you the breakdown of what the recovery cost is versus the fine as well. So 2 operational points. When illegal fireworks are discharged from a residence, the directive authorizes citing both the user and the homeowner, specifically to address the quote, "It wasn't me, it was my guest," close quote, scenarios that we often run into. Felony level cases do not get administrative citations. They go directly to the Monterey County District Attorney's Office. Regionally, Seaside uses a flat fee of $1,000 per violation. Salinas starts at $1,500 per violation and generated themselves $58,126 across 118 citations that were issued in 2024 alone. Full ban cities such as, again, Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel, Sand City, Delray Oaks do not publish a structured local fine schedule, although I'm sure they have them. They enforce through local ordinance plus the state overlay, which I mentioned earlier. The state framework, California Health and Safety Code 127.000 or 00 and following, they range again up to $500 to $50,000 depending on the quantity of illegal fireworks that they recover. So Marina sits in the middle of the published fine ladder, meaningful, proportional, and escalating, with cost recovery built in. Next slide. Here, 2 partial low competitors worth council's attention. So Seaside published 5 years of data through their own, and so I kind of looked at that. The real cost of fireworks for them, the outreach that they put forth. So as it relates to police calls, they ran between 178 to 306 across the period. Fire calls ran between 59 and 97. Pounds of illegal fireworks seized grew from 30 to 100 pounds across the years that the figure was tracked. The takeaway, even with substantial enforcement investment that they put forth, total call volume did not trend down. Seaside enforcement infrastructure includes a 10 p.m. discharge curfew. They deploy drones, body-worn cameras, escalating fines, and a Measure CC passed by voters in November 2024 to strengthen their civil enforcement authority. Salinas runs their program through a fire prevention office with a stand lottery system, 6 drone pilots, $84,000 in fines. Again, like I stated earlier, were generated in terms of revenue in 2023. And prior violation fines, again, start at $1,500 and up. The shared lesson here is both cities share safe and sane with substantial enforcement layers, an investment on top of model, not a standalone permission. Okay, next slide. Here we'll talk about 2 national data points to anchor the conversation. So the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission most recent firework annual report released in 2025 covering calendar year 2024 reported that 14,700 emergency room treated injuries occurred, a 52% increase year over year, and 11 fatalities, which is a 36% of those injuries were to children under 15. Second, pediatric injuries rates from peer-reviewed surveillance in states where restrictive firework laws occurred. The pediatric ER injury rate runs from 0.5 per 100,000, and in states with permissive laws, it runs around 2.25 per 100,000. That's roughly 4.5-fold higher, or a ratio higher in the permissive states. Both numbers should be read with for what they are: national surveillance data. They cannot be applied to Marina mechanically, but the evidence. This is evidence that I wanted the council to look at to see what's trending nationally. Again, there's nothing. We didn't have any injuries in 2024, 2025. All right, next slide. All right. On July the 4th, Marina moves from an all-hands posture as it relates to staffing. The department averaged over 100 calls for service on July 4th across all calls, layered on top of the ordinary holiday activity. We run at or near full capacity for the entire holiday window. Let's see the report. Let's see. Yeah. So the report above normal augmentation for a work week or firework week was 1 sergeant, 8 officers for 2024 and 2025, which I stated earlier. The normal resting staff, we don't really talk about those numbers, but I can provide that to you in closed session if needed. A specific 2025 note, the airport celebration, we committed the majority of the augmentation detail for that event. If we move forward with that this year, I would pair half of those off and they will be special assignment in the city along with our regular staff folks, just to make sure that we had a more heightened posture of response from our staff to address some of those calls that are coming in. All right, next slide. All right. Council has 4 broad options. Option A is the status quo, maintain the municipal code 9.16 with current enforcement resources. Option B would be enhance enforcement, keep safe and sane, but add tools such as staffing, curfew violation, consider that, higher fines, consider that. In other words, the Seaside and Salinas direction. Option C would be restricted, safe and sane, narrow the discharge window, narrow the geographic zones, or tighten cell conditions. And then option D is a full ban, aligned with Monterey, Pacific Grove, Carmel, Sand City, and Delray Oaks. Each option performs differently against 5 criteria, and just wanted you to know what those were. So first, public safety impact. What does the evidence suggest about injury and fire risk? Second, operational demand. Can Marina PD and fire deliver on its current or projected staffing and budget? Third, regional consistency. How does the options interact with neighboring jurisdictions across border movement? And then fourth, community values. Does it reflect what the community is hearing, what we're hearing from all residents? And then fifth, enforcement feasibility. Is the policy written so that we can enforce it fairly and consistently? So again, I'm not scoring those. I just wanted to take the time to go through a lot of information, try to make it concise and meaningful for you to at least kind of understand what the landscape looks like. And next slide. All right, so again, 4 findings. The evidence supports safe and sane. Legal does not by itself remove enforcement workload. I want to be clear about that if we went that route. Marina, Seaside, and Salinas all see significant July 4th call volumes. Second, partial allow cities are pairing safe and sane with stronger enforcement tools, curfews, drones, body-worn cameras, and escalating fines. Third, the regional inconsistency, compliance, and enforcement as it impacts Marina in that we sit in the middle of the peninsula environment where most bordering cities now prohibit fireworks. And then fourth, Marina specific data should be strengthened in terms of a mid-year CAT or a citation or a seizure, and staffing extract further from strengthening any our council records. So again, I will close with where I started. The briefing is neutral by design. The design belongs to the council, or the decision belongs to the council. Marina PD will execute professionally and fairly, whichever direction you set. And so again, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Randy, for an excellent report.
Sure.
It's kind of part and parcel to how you do things, and we really appreciate the caliber of your presentation and content. Let's go to people here in person. Anyone want to come up from the public? We'll open public comment now and hear from you. Up to 3 minutes, everybody.
Hi, my name is Erica Graham, and I am one of the nonprofit booths that represents the Marina Athletic Booster Club, Marina High School Athletic Booster Club. Thank you, Chief Hopkins, for that very informative and persuasive presentation. One key piece of information that was left out of this one and the last one that came to the board was the amount of those calls and violations that were due to illegal versus safe and sane fireworks. In addition, it's also missing the amount of money coming into the city by that surcharge that is being paid at every transaction at a safe and sane fireworks booth to offset the cost of the increased staff dedicated to enforcement of both legal and illegal fireworks during that time period. It would also be really helpful to have the comparative information to the other cities that are decreasing in calls for service to better understand how they're utilizing that surcharge and the money for the additional staff and to what degree, and compare it to what our increased staff numbers look like so we have a better understanding of the true comparison against those cities, especially at a time period where we are increasing in our residents and our city is increasing in size during this time period as well, between 2023 to 2025. So it might skew those numbers. All of this would be helpful in making the decisions for the next steps for the fireworks in the city. Option A is clearly not working. Option C seems very confusing and costly to regulate. And option D would take away the surcharge money currently supporting the fireworks. Enforcing the fireworks illegals and legal issues, and would hurt the nonprofits benefiting from the sales of the safe and sane. In my opinion, given the limited information we have, option B would be the best for the current decision the council is being faced with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica. Anyone else? Okay. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and Chief Hopkins, for that presentation. My name is Tim McNew, and I'm here. I'm on the board of the Marina Youth Soccer Association, and so I just wanted to come talk a little bit about. Erica had some great notes and great points about the presentation and what it would be good to learn more about. But I just wanted to emphasize the importance of the fundraising that we do with our fireworks booth every year. One of our main goals with the Marina Youth Soccer Association is accessibility for our program to be as affordable as possible so that as many community members can participate as want to. And the money that we raise with our fireworks booth every year goes a long way towards reducing and keeping those costs as low as possible. And so if we can figure out a way to, keep our community safe and still allow safe and sane firework sales, then that would be, it would really mean a lot for our programs and what we're able to do. But I think that's the main thing I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Anyone else in person? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Jerica Balahadia. I'm with the Marina Youth Baseball Softball Board. And I also just want to piggyback off of what Erica said and Marina Soccer. This fundraiser is one of our biggest means of raising money for keeping our costs affordable for our community members. And I don't know if you went to our opening day ceremony, but we did it kind of big this year, and it made an impression on neighboring cities. And losing the fundraising from the Safe and Sane fireworks would really hurt our program. And right now, I believe we are the only league in Northern California who offers a champions for disabled children to play recreational baseball. And a lot of the funding that we get from this also pours into that. So I would agree that the enhanced enforcement option would benefit the community the most. I don't support the illegal fireworks, but these are safe and sane. And this is safe for families in the community to enjoy the 4th of July, which is really exciting for the kids and families alike. Barbecues, the safe fireworks, I think, are not the problem here. It's the illegal fireworks. So that's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Jessica. It was Jessica, right? Jerica. Sorry, Jerica. Thank you, Jerica. Anyone in the public? All right, let's go online. Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Within the area where we live, we have a park surrounded by housing. And although the housing puts out a fireworks flyer, the city does not. So all our kids, older kids, of course, go across the street into the area that will eventually be the extension to the park here, which is, of course, heavily wooded. And that's where they hide and shoot their illegal fireworks off from. So perhaps the city chief or somebody else would actually send a letter to all the residents saying that that's trespassing on property that they're not supposed to be on there. And anyway, next, I want to say gently, because I get that you need to raise funds for sports, but there are probably other items that you could use that don't catch on fire and potentially burn people and make noise. And I get your safe and sane don't, but the safe and sane offer a screen for the people who are letting the other ones off. And so, safe and sane last year were not used safely, and we did have several incidences in the park. It also produced a really interesting side effect that people thought that they could roll out an old rusty barrel, put it in the center of their driveway, and cook s'mores while setting off fireworks, which was a really weird, just really, really weird one. Anyway, so I would suggest the things that I've mentioned so far. I would suggest, I suggested the former recreation director that you do something like cell phone chargers or something where maybe your profit was a little higher than the safe and sane, and that we be really, really clear as to what and where and when. Please don't forget that 3 residents here lost their home to fire in 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Steve's Mac. Welcome back, Steve.
Thanks. Another option to be considered that's not on the list here is low noise and noiseless fireworks. Firework detonations are simply inhumane towards dogs. Any dog owner will tell you this, along with at least one heartbreaking story of their dog injuring itself trying to escape the loud bangs. Some Marina residents even leave the city on the 4th of July to spare their dogs the trauma. How fair is that? I have a question for the chief. What level of enforcement is there for New Year's Eve? How many citations were issued for fireworks on all the other days other than the 4th of July? During this last year's New Year's Eve, a friend reported to me that her dog clawed its way behind the refrigerator in an effort to escape, ripping several of its nails out of its paws. Going to low noise and noiseless still allows our service clubs to conduct their annual fundraising, but our dogs are spared this annual pain. But if you have to go with the staff recommendation list, then I would advise, as a pet owner, a full firework ban, or at the very minimum, option C, a narrow discharge window and specific geographic zones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Anyone else online? Let's go to Mike Moeller. Welcome, Mike.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I hope you can hear me. I wanted to jump into this because I find it's a really interesting, intense topic because, I'll share a little bit about my history. I was a high adventure explorer when I was younger, and one of our main fundraisers every year were a fireworks stand. They generate a good amount of money, and without it, we probably wouldn't have been able to do near the amount of things that we do. I'll read a quick excerpt from in 2024, LA County Fire documented 142 fireworks-related fires. Only 2 involved safe and sane fireworks, and neither caused property damage. In 2025, that same LA County Fire Department reported 87 such fires. 74 were caused by illegal fireworks, and only 1 involved a state-improved device, again with no associated damage. So, I don't really see a benefit to banning safe and sane fireworks. It's obvious that the illegal fireworks are the real problem. But if you do decide to go this direction, you need to remember that you're taking away a significant amount of funding for sports programs that are already begging for support for the kids, looking for fields they can play on year after year, decade after decade. And I'd really be careful of what you do to their funding. And if you do, please find a way to make that up. Support them any way you can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Anyone else online wish to raise their hand if you haven't spoken yet? Let's go to Dennis Ravel. Welcome, Dennis.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Dennis Ravel on behalf of TNT Fireworks. And my purpose in joining you this evening was in case you had any questions on the wealth of information that I gave you, as well as after listening to the presentation, I would share that illegal fireworks enforcement in California has become probably one of the most innovative areas in police and fire enforcement throughout the state. Because many cities have the same challenge, but have different strengths and weaknesses within the personnel's levels and issues that they have within their community. I think it's significant to note that Salinas really led the way in that for a number of years they had such low police staffing thresholds that they had no police firework enforcement. And the fire marshal at the time, with a rather innovative approach, asked the city manager if they could use city employees to help document social host ordinance violations. That year, without police, they issued over, as I recall, $200,000 in fines. The city of Sacramento has had record-breaking illegal fine levels without police involvement. So there is no set menu that every city has to follow. It's just a matter of trying to be as innovative and as strong as you can, given the threat that illegal fireworks we're facing in every city throughout the state.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for your information you provided via email. I appreciated that and joining us tonight. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand if you haven't done so already. Okay, we'll close public comment. Steve asked, what kind of New Year's Eve enforcement has been necessary? Let's start with 2026. Randy or Chief Hopkins, do we have any information on that?
New Year's is pretty much staffed the same way. It's maybe not as high a number, and most of the calls that we receive on New Year's are discharge of firearms. Obviously, we put out our PSA and tell people not to do that. Those rounds that are discharged, the rounds will come down and often will damage property, roofs, and or unfortunately also individuals. And so we do increase our staffing every 4th of July as well as New Year's because we know there's those celebratory discharge of firearms as well as fireworks. Again, having drones in the air is a common practice, but we're looking to renew some of our drones because they're aging. But we do increase our staffing just to be short with the point.
Chief, I think I recall your presentation said that for July 1st, you increased 1 sergeant and you increased 8 officers.
8 officers, correct.
What's the relative numbers for New Year's Eve?
I have to get you those numbers, but I would guess at a minimum 1 sergeant and maybe 5 to 6 officers. It's not much difference. Yeah.
All right. And has your analysis considered the option of low noise or noiseless, safe and sane?
Yeah, I would say the points that some of the individuals were making about the safe and sane, most of them do not have a noise. A lot of them do. The thing that makes them illegal or distinguishes them from the safe and sane from the illegal is the mortars that go up into the air and make the loud booms. The safe and sane, some of them will have a whistle or a pop, but it never leaves the ground with flashes. There's sparklers. That's also part of the safe and sane. That's also part of the pediatric injuries that are occurring or have occurred, but not in Marina, not in our area. So the noises that and that's part of the problem. When we receive calls for servers, like I said, 50 of the 100 calls, we will receive about 100 calls a day. 50 of those are fireworks related. They're not calling in and they're not saying that necessarily this is a safe and sane firework that we're calling about, or this is an illegal firework. They will call and just say there's noise, there's fireworks being executed in our area and it's been going off and we want someone to come by. And so we don't have the numbers precise to be very specific as to what that ratio would be, illegal versus safe and sane, because some of the safe and sane will emit a pop or a sound as well.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Let's start with, first of all, did I miss any questions that someone else noted? Okay, let's start with Councilor McAdams and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for this presentation. I mean, something that I think about too, like, I don't know if you've ever called our non-emergency line, but it is complicated and not user-friendly. So if you get 100 calls, there's probably 1,000 because people couldn't get through or can't figure it out or whatever. So I wanted to say that on record. The City of Salinas does have a reporting tool on their website, and maybe that's something that we can consider doing. So the City of Salinas, from your presentation, they have 6 drone pilots. Are they flying multiple drones or 1 pilot per drone?
I think on that day, they will try to fly as many as they possibly can. I'm sure it's probably due to staffing, but they made the point of emphasizing that they will have as many as 6 up flying simultaneously.
Got it. Okay. And how many drones does Marina have to use, or do we outsource this?
We don't outsource it at all. We use our own drones that we have. And when I gave my AB 481 report recently, I asked for replacement of our aging drones. And so we're in the process now of getting our drones updated. And so once we do that, hopefully we'll have them here before 4th of July or shortly thereafter. So the ones that we have are 2.
So we have 2.
Yeah. Yes.
And the drones that we have, so the City of Salinas, they have a $1,250 fine for each wick lit, plus a $250 noise fine. And the citations are issued based off of the drone coverage. So they just mail the citation. There's no like going to the house. Is that something that we're able to implement?
We can certainly look at all of that. That's why I wanted to present a lot of the options that others were doing creatively and just different, and see what you all had an appetite for.
Okay. And as much as I personally enjoy safe and sane fireworks, my dogs don't, but I do. And they are a gateway to illegal fireworks, period. And by allowing them, it does make it very hard for our public safety to enforce. And actually, can you describe that? I was on a ride along and we were trying to find where the fireworks were coming from. This was just a random night too. It wasn't even 4th of July. And it was literally the officer, we were like looking, we pulled over and we're trying to visually pinpoint where the people are. And this group was actually shooting them from the back of their truck and then driving around town. So what does that look like on 4th of July? Or do you find that most of the illegal fireworks are being launched from people's homes? I mean, is it easier to enforce on 4th of July?
It's a mixture. Sometimes we'll get a call that someone has been discharging fireworks and they believe, they're going up into the air, which gives us an indication that they're illegal, and then emitting a loud boom. But then sometimes it's a one-time thing, or sporadic, once every 30 minutes or something. By the time that it happens, they call in and then we respond or drive by. They're not doing it at that time. So now another call is in queue, so we respond in that area, and then maybe that person then fires another firework in the air. So it's a constant whack-a-mole, if you will. And unless you had drones up in the air, and that's where the strategy, I'm sure Salinas and Seaside, why they do that. You can have that multiple visual in the air so you can kind of monitor, see where it's coming from, and fly the drone closely to identify either the block or the house specifically where those illegal fireworks are coming from.
Thank you. And then another question I have is, we heard like there's like a fee or something that helps pay for the public safety. Do you have an idea of what that revenue is collected each year? I mean, does it make a dent or?
And that's a great question. I do not know. I just know in my research, based on our fine and fee structure, we have it baked into where the first occurrence of $333, 200 of that, or 133 of that is our cost recovery. So, and it's $133.92 period for each first, second, or third, that part. the cost recovery doesn't change, but the fines will substantially increase over, depending on whether it's the first, second, or third offense. But I don't know what the volume or what the net volume of those funds are that we receive, and how it equates to what we're actually spending in enforcement and salaries.
Okay, and I just think my sort of last comment is this year the illegal fireworks started like a week and a half before and went on a week after. So I'm on Vista del Camino, and I mean it was going off. Like that's what I guess people describe it as, like it was going off. And on 4th of July, I literally felt like I was watching a Disneyland fireworks show. There were some firework presenters that were like 5-10 minutes long and were incredible fireworks. And they're lovely and they're fun. And it's also illegal, right? And very scary. I mean, especially when, you know, we are in a high fire severity zone and stuff like that. So I just thank you for your service. And I know the 4th of July is going to be here sooner than later. And it's a busy, busy night. And I just appreciate your work. And I look forward to hearing what my colleagues say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll start by just kind of recognizing the 26 humans who died from the fireworks factory explosion 24 hours ago. I think it's fair to acknowledge that fireworks impacts go way beyond the discussion that we've had tonight, right? Including significant environmental impacts, noise, groundwater. Here on Marina, they impact the ocean, right? So although this is a great discussion on the criminal element or the crime element, like there's much larger discussions that could be had here. I'm not really sure where I stand on the decision framework, but so first I want to clarify, do any of our police or fire nonprofits benefit from fireworks sales? I know they have in the past.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and which ones are those?
I'm not positive.
Okay. So, you know, and I've made this comment in the past, and I'll make it again this year. I think that there's a real value statement issue there for me. It's, and I got to tell you, TNT, great playbook. If I ever have a controversial business that I want to sell, the first thing I'm gonna do is get the nonprofits involved, right? Because it speaks to us. We want to support nonprofits, and the last thing I would want to do is terminate that funding overnight so that you know, are expecting this funding source and all of a sudden you don't have it. But I really would like the city to move off of that model. I think that it's a challenging value statement for me to support. I think that there are other ways where we can support our nonprofits. And I think, again, there needs to be an off-ramp to do that. And we need to think about what those other methods are. It really bugs me that you know, here we are having this discussion when our own kind of staff is also benefiting, and our beloved sports teams, right, are benefiting from the sales of these. There were 10 to 15,000 ER visits last year, according to one source, 1,700 from sparklers alone, right? Safe and sane, things that don't make noise, because they're not safe and they're not sane. They're actually very dangerous, and they do cause real injuries, especially to young kids. Myself, as someone who lived in Iraq for 2 years, right, it took me years to like, and just to kind of echo the point about pets and veterans that weren't mentioned, it took me years to really be able to cope with what I went through around the 4th of July, you know, and I don't expect anyone to understand what that's like, but be assured that it's tough. It's, you know, you don't understand PTSD until I guess you go through it. So, you know, in summary, again, I don't really know that how much I even care about the decision framework, because we're not even at the point of having this value statement discussion yet. And that's the discussion I would like the council to have is, do we want to continue allowing the sale of safe and sane fireworks to benefit our nonprofits, or do we want to move towards a paradigm where we support our nonprofits in other ways that may even be more profitable than fireworks? I don't know, right? But let's have that discussion if we want to have it. I certainly do. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with what Councilmember McCarthy just said, and I also feel for our youth sports teams. But we know how many complaints there are from people. If you see the social media around the 4th of July, before and after, it bothers so many people. I almost think they would like to pay, maybe donate some money if to the sports teams. So, but I would like to know: do we know the numbers? How much income they do get from these sales?
Tori's online. She may know that number.
So Tori, to be clear, you're probably going to be asked how much the nonprofits bring in, which you, and then what percent surcharge there is. Is it 7%? And how much the city gets by that percent revenue?
And it might be, if it's too hard to do that now, we can discuss it at a later time, because I know we're running out of time as usual. So, because that's of course a consideration. And I agree, if it would be decided in the future to ban it, that we need to look different.
Welcome, Tori.
Hi, I'm sorry, I had to sign in. I wasn't listed as a panelist, so I did hear the question, and I believe it was related to nonprofits, and what was that piece?
If you know approximately how much Marina nonprofits bring in from fireworks sales, and if you know the percent, if it's 7%, please confirm that there's a surcharge. And thirdly, approximately how much revenue does the city bring in from that surcharge to help offset the cost of increased enforcement for that holiday season?
And that I would have to look up, and I wouldn't be able to have that handy and just look at a general ledger string, but that is something that we can check on.
Is it 7% surcharge?
I am not certain if it's a 7% surcharge.
Audience who pay it are saying it is. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. So we can,
Thank you, Tori.
that will be for a later discussion. That will be nice, good to find out. And because how can you value the, how do you say that? It bothers so many people, like pet owners and veterans, but also people who don't have pets, who are not veterans. If you read social media, it's a hard time for a lot of people. So how can you put a dollar amount on disturbing the peace for so many of our residents? So I would like to see something in the future, and just add it to a future agenda. But I also agree that we cannot just stop it overnight, because we do need to come up with a plan to help support our teams in a different way.
All right. So
thank you.
I motion that we go to 10:30 hard stop.
A second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Please continue, Kathy, Councilmember Viala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are always so difficult for me to make some judgments on, because, you know, it's like anything else, whether it's excessive alcohol purchasing or smoking or vaping, or, you know, I mean, it's all sort of wrapped up in a value system of both economic benefit and also personal choice, and also you know, injuries and deaths, and you know that. So it's very difficult, and it's part of American tradition as well. So it's a hard thing. But I wanted to ask Randy, you know, with the policy options before the council here, what do you think? I mean, you've seen far more of the direct impacts of all of this, you know, monetarily as well as injuries and deaths. And so what is your instinct for a choice among these A, B, C, and D?
Yeah, so first I'll start by saying the question was asked whether or not we participate in some of this. when 24 when I came, we had a conversation with my leadership team, and I think the Police Athletic League did have a booth, and that was a major way of generating funds for the youth league. But because we have the enforcement arm of it, we just thought it wasn't a good look, and so we haven't done it for 2 years. And it's our plan just to take a step back and not participate in that. So I just wanted to answer that question. But again, I wanted to stay neutral. There's what I see across the board is this really almost a 50-50 split in terms of the community complaints. Like 4th of July, for example, there were multiple calls that we had that we responded to. And then there were others to include on social media that said it was a quiet night. So just two ends of the spectrum reporting from the same day, same events. But it wouldn't hurt to have more drones in the air. It wouldn't hurt to look at our fee structure to increase it maybe $1,000 per event. It wouldn't hurt to have the curfew and also restricted to geographic areas. Certain zones are prohibited from that as well. So I think anything along that line to help find a middle of the road, if that exists, or all things that we could be a part of, and I'm all for it.
So for right now, you're suggesting all that individual interventions from B and C, because you asked Jones, you have narrow window discharge, you have geographic zones. I don't know what you mean by tighter sales conditions.
Meaning that we could either limit the number of days that we allow sales to occur, or and then we can that could be one option, just so that you restrict that part of it. Again, the safe and sane are the only things that are being sold, and the illegal fireworks is the arguably for some is the main issue. But then there's again some that have a sound that pops, as Councilman McCarthy mentioned. Just that sound alone can bother our pets or veterans and others, and so all that is very, very true, and it's part of the question.
Could you, if we were going to do a full ban someday, could you, I don't know even how you get to that, how do you transition into a full ban? Do you have some ideas about that? And it's like, do you transition over 3 years or 1 year, or, what does that look like?
I'm not sure how others do it, but if it's a decision that's made, you just decide you do it, and then with the understanding that banning anything doesn't mean that it's going to permanently stop anything from happening. We have laws against running stop signs, driving drunk, and people still do that. So there's no magic wand on this. I just want to be clear about that. But the enforcement piece of it is where you then have the higher fines, and you have more enforcement, and you do more creative things to catch those that are doing it. So it doesn't have to be a phased approach, or it can be. It's just, again, whatever you all decide to do as leaders.
Okay, and for me, it's really important to know, from the nonprofits, how much money are we talking about that helps your teams? Like, are we talking 5,000? Are we talking about 10,000 or 20,000? I kind of, in order to understand the impact on the beneficial side to all of this, I feel like I need to have the scope.
It's probably 10,000 or more, depending on how long they're out there. That's what we were getting on our youth side, and we weren't staffing it all the time because we didn't have the staff to staff the booth.
Awesome. Yeah. If we can find out from the public, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Tell you from the Marina Youth Soccer Association, it varies a little year to year, but last year we ended up with after expenses and everything, our income from fireworks sales was about $20,000.
Wow.
And by contrast, our annual donation and sponsorship income is usually about 5,000.
Right.
So it's several times more than we get in sponsorships and donations. It's probably about half of the registration income that we have. So if we just lost the fireworks income and kept the same budget, our registration costs would increase about percent.
What percent? Sorry.
About 50%.
Thank you, Tim.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay, for those who couldn't hear Erica Graham, I think she said the Marina High School Booster Club raised $30,000 last year. They did the July 4th fireworks booth, and that's $30,000 profit. Okay, I remember there was a year when Marina Youth Soccer was run by Erica and Mike, and they were at Walmart for the Marina Youth Soccer booth, and they were excited because they made $52,000 in sales, something like that. And if you make 50,000 in sales, how much do you end up with a profit? About half. So right. So 50% profit margin, more or less. I think that if we said 300,000 or less, we would be in the ballpark of what all the nonprofits make profit wise. Maybe it's a little high. And so if we were going to give money, here's your money, we'd be giving out $300,000 or less profit. Kathy? Yeah, there's about 10 booths. Only 4 booths in the entire city? Huh. Well then $300,000 profit sounds like way too high. 4 booths, average of 15,000 profit. Now we're talking 60 grandish, less than 100,000. That really puts it in perspective. Thank you, Jenny and Erica. Wow. All this consternation over 60 grand.
Tax.
It should be like farmers. We pay them not to grow. We pay them not to sell fireworks. All right. And right. Brian, I'm going to go first. So I think the injuries, the deaths, the fires in Marina are really minimal. We're not going to ban fireworks because of that. And the injuries, deaths, and fires that happen in Marina on 4th of July or around 4th of July season are probably not coming from Safe and Sane. We don't know that unless we have the data, but as the chief says, sometimes you don't know. The fines, if we raise them to $1,000 or some much higher amount, that affects lower income people more than people that can afford it. I have a feeling a lot of lower income folks, a lot of younger folks who would be affected by $1,000 are doing this. The vets, the pets, the nuisance are mostly coming from the illegal fireworks. And Chief, I want to ask you, last time I checked, the research was super inconclusive whether Safe and Sane is a gateway to illegals, and super inconclusive whether if you stop Safe and Sane, you have a big impact on illegal fireworks. Can you confirm if my memory is accurate or if it's wrong?
No, I think you're spot on. There's nothing that would lead you to say that's a gateway to the illegals. I think those that want the illegal fireworks are going to go straight to that. And that's a problem that the state is already addressing, and it's continuing to be a problem. And what was the other part of that? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay. There's no correlation. The bottom line, I think you're
No,
making two
one,
points.
is it a gateway?
Yes.
And two, is the research conclusive or inconclusive if a given jurisdiction bans safe and sane? Is it likely to see a large decrease in illegals, fireworks?
In some cities, there is a decrease. However, in Salinas and Seaside, there's a decrease, but not a significant decrease. And in the
Okay.
county, it remains flat.
Well, now Seaside, and they allow them. So there was 1 year when they
That's
didn't.
true.
Right?
That's true.
So
That's true.
I'm just wondering about research, not a specific
Yeah, yeah,
city,
yeah.
because that's such a small sample
No.
size.
No.
So is
true.
it, in your understanding, is it inconclusive or conclusive, given peer-reviewed research, that banning safe and sane has a substantial or significant decrease correlative with illegals going down?
It's inconclusive.
Okay. I don't suggest we're going to do this year. If we were, we probably should have gotten this sooner, because these organizations need more notice, and we need more time to think about making them whole and how that might look. But $60,000 is peanuts to satisfy what Chief told us is 50% of our population that don't want them. And I think they don't want the aerial and the large booms from the illegals. But I think a lot of people see a correlation, and we heard it tonight, between whether it's research-based conclusion or not. A lot of people connect safe and sane as a gateway to those illegals, those currently illegal aerials and M40s and 80s and 200s. So I don't think that there's a lot we should do this year, except to promise the public that we'll take a timely look at this so that next year it can be changed in a way that makes nonprofits whole, because that's the main reason. And then there's a social reason. I grew up with them. Now I'm an environmentalist. It's not good for the planet. I think Brian outlined, enough about how it's not good for our planet. We probably should move away from them, but it's like mother apple pie and baseball to move away from these. And so even as mayor, I'm not ready to move away from them, even though as an environmentalist, we should have moved away from these a long time ago. So that value system that Kathy and Brian talked about, my values are anti-fireworks from an environmental perspective. But as mayor, my value system is to support nonprofits and keep America's pastime going. I hate to be the one to put a bit buzzsaw on our culture in that way, but I think it's coming. I just don't think this year is going to be the year for us. That's my perspective. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I'll second what you just articulated, but also mention that, just using Google is suggesting that a well-run community barbecue could net $5,000 to $20,000 over 1 to 2 days. A well-organized 5K run could possibly net $20,000. And so I think as a council, I'd love to see that we support, if nonprofits wanted to come to us, that we as a city will support, through permit fees and all that kind of stuff, the organization of something like that. Like, obviously the nonprofit's going to have to put in a lot of the legwork, just as they're going to have to staff a fireworks booth. It's going to take some work, right? But I think that there are a lot of different ways where nonprofits can make money. And I also, just want to reemphasize kind of my disappointment with the organizations that support our, city police and fire continuing. And I know that's a hard pill to swallow, but I've said it several years and I'll continue to say it. It just, for me, doesn't speak to the values that I represent. And so I'd love for those organizations to be the front runners to organize something like a 5K, just to see it, maybe in addition to the fireworks, right? To see how much profit that might or might not make, or pancake breakfast, whatever it is. So
Brian, in defense of our emergency, our public safety, I heard that they're not anymore doing it.
I think fire, is fire doing it or?
No.
Okay,
It's Corus Fire?
correct.
No, the union fire union.
It never has.
Okay, excellent.
I believe many years ago, the Volunteer Firefighter Association might have had one.
Okay,
That's been many.
Okay, so you might not have heard that. So the interim fire chief said that our fire department hasn't ever sold fireworks, but the Marina Volunteer Firefighters Association many years ago used to. So our public safety entities are not directly or indirectly related to any fireworks sales in Marina.
okay. That makes that piece very easy then.
Okay, does someone like to make a motion?
Mayor, I had one comment. I had my light up.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Let's go to Councilmember Biala and then Councilmember McAdams and then
Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem.
and I agree with the mayor that we don't have to do anything now because it's so close to July 1st, but July 4th. I'm tired. And then that will give the folks some time to think about alternate ways to fundraise, just hearing the discussion and saying what its future look like. We probably need to start experimenting. But the one thing that the chief mentioned is that your drones are very old and you need to replace them.
That's correct. And in this budget, I just had our discussions there. We're looking to replace them as we speak.
Yeah, because that's of all the things on here, the other ones are kind of process related. But it seems like drones is replacing current drones is something we can do in terms of helping the police force do their thing on July 4th and New Year's. So
Yeah.
you're planning for that. So you don't need our support today to get replacement drones.
No, I think we're already underway with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Need our support for option number B if we weren't going to choose option number A. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, I am hearing consensus that this will come back, but until then, which we could implement before 4th of July, do we want to increase the fine to $1,000? I think that there's something that we could do.
Such as option B?
Hold on, let me see. Well, yes, except we wouldn't be, so the higher fines, I like the curfew of 10 p.m. I don't necessarily know or want to expect the police department to be adding drones within a couple of months. But until then, do we want to amend the policy to just at least increase, the fee
Well,
and the
I think,
curfew?
I think our direction could be, we like B, come back to us with your proposal for B. And they could say, oh, we do have time to buy drones and it's already in our budget, or let them work with B. But you can make them, I'm
Sure. I know this is just give staff direction, but I still am interested in giving the nonprofits writing the checks. They don't have to do fireworks anymore. And I look at that as an investment in our community wide for all the people who are just furious about the fireworks. It would be easier for our police department and public safety to only have to be enforcing illegal fireworks.
okay. So are you, in my opinion, being bold in suggesting that even tonight, we could give direction to staff to give the 4 booths the profit they made last year and to not allow fireworks this year?
I don't know. I
Is that
don't,
what you were thinking? I'm just trying to.
or I'm thinking maybe not this year, but that's a goal that we have for next year.
Just you wait
Yeah.
until our budget discussion.
We're gonna have a city fireworks booth.
Yes.
I can see it.
The money isn't flowing like you think.
But for this year only, do we want to have staff come back so we can increase the fine or have a curfew, or we're just gonna thank you for the report and we'll hopefully do something by next year?
Yeah, I think it's thank you for the report. Please come back before July 4th with your proposed B option.
Okay, got it. Check. Okay, thank you.
July 4th next year.
No, this year.
This year.
But then there's a whole like communication part and getting the word out.
Yeah, it might be too soon for B.
Yeah, I'm thinking because you have it, then to increase the fee, you have to give a certain notice. So I'm
Right,
not
but
sure.
their B might not include fine increases. It might be more drones, more staffing, a curfew. Whatever
it.
they,
Okay, sure.
whatever's
Okay.
reasonable toward B. So if that's just by consensus, I don't think we need to go to a vote. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it can be a combination of B and C. But what I forgot to mention when it was my turn earlier, I like facts, as you know, and if you see how the cities were compared, I mean, you can see that the ones with the cities with the most calls, firework calls, those are all the ones that have saying that allow safe and sane fireworks. The ones at the bottom are all the ones that have full bans. So, and I know the cities, I scribbled the population because some, Sand City has 300 some people. But so I would like to see this, but it might be too much work. I already can see, even if you look at the population, Marina, we have a lot of calls per resident, per.
Yeah, our diversity of people is something we all love. And if you go to Carmel and PG, and you have
Yes.
a different demographic.
And you said it's a cultural thing. Well, I've said here before, I grew up with fireworks. In the Netherlands, we don't do 4th of July, by the way, but we have New Year's, which is where there's no risk or way lower risk for fires. But even in the Netherlands, where real fireworks were allowed for people to, man, it's a war zone. But I grew up with that. This year is the first year that they will be banned. They still allow safe and sane, but it will be interesting to see how that goes, because that's something that people grew up with.
So the Dutch are still trying to catch up to us.
They are, yeah. Sometimes they're behind, yeah. So anyway, but for me, the graph that shows the number of calls, and if you look all the ones that have the most calls, those are the ones that do allow safe and sane. So there seems to be a correlation there. So, but I agree, we need to prepare for next year. Oh, one more thing. I thought for the youth sports clubs that do get income, would it be possible, and I know Elizabeth is here, to have them have a booth at the 4th of July event, and they can sell cookies? Well, that's not healthy, or make us run. And anyway, but that's something to consider in this year or next year.
They're too busy at their fireworks booth. They can't do two things at once, maybe.
No, this is on the 4th of July. Are they still selling on the 4th?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
It's a big day.
Okay. So maybe next year then.
So
Next
that's
year
a plug, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. So next year, that might be another incentive. You can come to the party because you don't have to sell. So, but thank you. Yes. Thank you all for the discussion and the answers.
Okay. So Elizabeth brought up, she made a comment, maybe it's a combination of B and C. So I want to make sure that staff knows what council direction is. If someone would like to make a motion or clarify what they think our consensus is, I thought it was, tell us what can reasonably be done toward B this year in the police department's and city manager's opinions. And Elizabeth's idea to include something like C, discharge window zones tighter controlled. I don't know if we're serious about that or not, Elizabeth.
If it's too hard, I'll skip it. Yeah, because it's we have 7 minutes left. So
the consensus is do what you can in the direction of B and let us know what that is prior to the 4th.
The second part of this item is our recreation director is going to update you on what we have planned.
Okay, so
It's quick, I promise.
Ash, I don't think tonight's tonight. And anyone interested in the rules and refinements, that's not tonight either, right? Elizabeth, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. So just to piggyback on to Chief's presentation about what we are going to be doing on 4th of July this year, several of our event components, we're going to have several bands, a touch-a-truck display, beer and wine garden, food vendors, activities for kids, and probably the most important part is our redesigned launch pad and viewing area, because we've redesigned how the safe and sane fireworks will happen. Next slide. So this map is a little bit busy, but it gives you a layout of what we're looking at. In the kind of lower left where you see those two blue arcs, that's actually where the fireworks were last year. And for this year, we have them in the upper kind of middle area. It's a much larger zone. And we've actually designed a more controlled launch pad. So we'll have 12 separate pods available for families. There's 15 feet in diameter with 10 feet of separation between each pod. And then there'll be a viewing zone below that for families who are not actually shooting off the safe and sane fireworks. So this redesign allows for much better control with emergency personnel, and then also pulls the fireworks portion out and away from the rest of the event. So it sounds like we're going to be moving forward as status quo with safe and sane fireworks this year. So this is our plan to just implement the activities for 4th of July. And that's it. So I can answer any questions if you have any about the event itself.
Questions for Elizabeth? Great job, Elizabeth, you and
Sure.
thank you.
Just from
Drea.
last year, just a question.
Oh yeah.
Just from last year, we needed more food trucks. There were such long lines.
We are on it. With last year being the first year, it was, kind of a hit and miss. We weren't sure how many people would attend. So we are adjusting accordingly based on last year's attendance. Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, we're about to adjourn. We have a few minutes left. I wanted to make an announcement that I've been considering for the last 6 months, and I've decided not to run for reelection after 7 terms. And I've looked at this every which way I can, such as with and without opposition, with and without pay, what would I do, with or without the projects that are important to me. And in every way I look at it, the conclusion is I want to run for reelection, but I should not run for reelection. Primarily mother and a fantastic relationship I have with Angie. The next 4 years are going to be my best years. The next 4 years after that are going to be the best years left over, right? The best years are behind me, I think, but the next 4 years are probably the best that I'm going to live as I get older. And to staff, I will miss you. You're a big reason why I would like to run again. And to the public, it's quite an honor to be in this city every day, interacting with people of all walks of life. And the experience as mayor is rewarding and fulfilling and satisfying. And it definitely takes its toll, but it's worth every bit of the toll. And it's just been a great life and a great experience. And to the council members, I've enjoyed your intellect, your passion, your hard work, your uniqueness, each of you. Lane and Renee, you're just spectacular in my book. Lane, you put so much time into this for 13 years and you've stayed so positive in all moments. Thank you for working alongside of all of us. All right, so with that, we will be adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Nice. Thank you.